Light the beam. Here we go.
We back up in this thing.
What's
Damn.
happening, everybody?
I'm gonna have to figure something out.
Well, Z, man, I miss you. Will, I'm happy to see you back tomorrow. Kimberly, what's good?
Kimberly,
Tony,
Dr.
what's
David
happening?
in the house.
Always. Tyler, David,
Front Yard Hoops, what's popping?
Ramsey, always in here talking about the buyout market. That's on brand. Warren, Jiggy, Jizo. Michigan Wolverines. We're working on it. It's here. It's here. But we working on it. We've got some ideas.
Man, I'm gonna have to figure this out. I'm gonna have to buy a whole new. Where the hell would it be? I had to have left it here. And if somebody took it, I can't be mad.
I remember you packing it up.
Yeah.
I remember you packing it up.
If somebody took, I can't be mad because I didn't take so many basketballs that weren't mine.
I swear you packed it up on Friday, though.
And I'm trying to think if I ever took it out. The only reason it's an issue, I don't know if you have this issue, because the MacBook is going to die on me with the battery. Like, I got a full charge, and at like 85%, it's going to die on me. That's why it's always plugged up.
Do we have the same plug?
I think so. But that's just a hassle in itself.
We could just
it's just a
switch
hassle.
off.
But somebody told me, I think it was Jazz told me, that you're not supposed to keep the laptops and stuff on the charger.
Yeah, they have something to fight that now, though.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
You are listening live, baby. We back in here. Shout out to our man Young Zell, who's going to be performing Light the Beam on Good Day Sacramento tomorrow.
Yeah.
Make sure you are locked in. Set the DVRs. We appreciate you so much for being here with us on this Wednesday, February 22nd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Back after a couple of days off, man. All-star break for everybody. Hope you enjoyed the best of show that ran yesterday. We had different versions running on the stream and running on the radio.
Seemed to confuse a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't know what I could have done differently outside of having like a little man in the corner just holding up a sign that said this is best of, like the show title was like I checked once, like just to make sure everything was up and functioning because it had been programmed for a few days, particularly the live stream version, the video stream version. And the first comment I see is, why are they talking about Mark Jackson? All right, I'm out. Yeah, I can't do it with y'all.
I mean, I don't know, man. Look, man, I'm not a rocket scientist. There are a lot of super smart people involved in, watching this show, but I don't know. It wouldn't take me that long to figure out, oh, this is a best of. This isn't live. It would take maybe 7 seconds max.
I really thought the title and the graphic would have done it. Like, I guess we appreciate that we're so much a part of your daily habit that you don't even look at the title no more. You ain't even worried about that stuff anymore. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. But as soon as I saw, why are they talking about Mark Jackson? I'm leaving. Y'all can watch this or not. Like I need one more day. We ain't got nothing to talk about. We do today though.
Yes, we do.
And the Kings, and most importantly, Kings back at practice. So was Malik Monk.
There we go.
And Malik said, "Oh, I'm good. Let's roll. Let's get it in."
Let's get it, baby. You know what? I've been thinking about this for the last 24 hours or so.
That's a shame.
And I wanted to, like reduce in my head or something. I wanted to wait till tomorrow because tomorrow is going to be the first game, back from the All-Star game. So I was like, maybe I'll wait till tomorrow, but I can't wait, Damian. I can't wait. Let's go. 25 games left. Malik Monk is back. Let's go. We're on the precipice
good word.
of something that we have not seen in almost 2 decades in the city. The Kings making the playoffs. I'm ready to go.
I see that.
I'm ready to go. 25 games left. Let's go. Let's get to the playoffs. This is about to happen. You said it perfectly last week when we were talking about the energy and everything that's going on. This is, I don't want to say a once-in-a-lifetime situation.
I hope not.
But the energy, well, you hope so.
Wow.
You hope so, because hopefully they're just making the playoffs forever after this, and we'll never feel this. This streak is about to be broken. And I'm not saying that from a arrogant standpoint. I'm saying that from confidence in this team. This streak's about
You definitely
to be
misunderstood
broken.
what I meant when I said, yeah, hope not. Yeah, this is tomorrow. The Kings have a very unique place in the league beginning tomorrow. We're going to be the only fan base and media base, and the Sacramento Kings are going to be the only franchise that is hanging on every single game beginning tomorrow night. The Lakers won't. Any other the Portland Trailblazers won't. Any other potential play-in team or playoff team, they're not going to be hanging on every single game like the Sacramento Kings are and like the Sacramento Kings fan base is. It is a countdown. Every game beginning tomorrow, especially because of the game that's happening on Friday, is going to be overreacted to for better or for worse. It's actually, I take that back. I don't think there's going to be a for better overreaction until that moment where 6+ is solidified. Once that moment is solidified, the Sacramento Kings can get no lower than 6. Once that's solidified, then it'll be different. But all of the overreactions now are going to be extreme, and this is a tough 2 games coming out the gate. It's tough because you've only played Portland once. I think this team matches up really well with Portland. I think obviously Portland's without Anthony Simons. We know how good Dame Lillard is. We saw that on full display this weekend. And then you have the team that I honestly think is going to be the best team over the final 20-some-odd games of the season, and that's the Los Angeles Clippers.
The Clippers are looking crazy right now. When you just kind of like look at what the roster's looking at possible rotations, the 10-man, 9-man rotation, they looking tough. But you know what? I'm going into that game. I'm not as a Kings fan and a Kings supporter, I'm not afraid of what's to come. I think a lot of people out here are afraid. I don't know what you're afraid for. You're not playing, so there's that. Number 2, I take that back. I do understand. We ain't been here. We want it really bad. We want this team to make the playoffs really bad, so I understand the angst. I understand, being nervous about everything's going on. But this team, we say it over and over again, they've answered the bell every single time this year. Every single time. And I don't expect anything different in the final 25 games of this season. I think they're going to answer the bell. I think they're going to be a top 6 team. They're getting into the playoffs. Malik Monk is back. You love to see that. They're going in to the final 25 games as healthy as any team in the league. Let's go ahead and finish this thing off, man. Let's finish this thing off. Let's get to the playoffs. We're gonna have a couple parties this year. We're gonna have a couple parties.
Okay.
When we get into the playoffs, when we get the first playoff win, when we win the first series, that's 3 parties at least.
Then when we win the Western Conference Finals to go to the NBA Finals,
that's gonna be crazy.
And then of course when we clinch the NBA championship in Game 5, only because Domantas Sabonis fouled out of Game 4.
We lost by 1
in a recreation of Game 6. From 2, they're gonna look at, okay, they wanted to stretch this to 5 games. We get it. So we'll celebrate when the Kings beat the Celtics probably in 5.
Yeah,
Is that right,
we,
Jesse?
you know,
Oh.
we lost by one. Lost by one.
Yeah, with Sabonis fouling.
Yeah.
They fouled Sabonis out in the second quarter to give the Celtics the best chance.
In the second quarter. I'm ready to go, man. 25 games left in this season. Let's bring this thing on home. Let's get to the playoffs. And like I said, it's not going to be like this no more. Enjoy this. Live through this.
Yeah.
Because there ain't going to be no streak after this year. And I think this is a team that hopefully will make the playoffs from year on going forward. We're not going to be this excited about making the playoffs again.
Yeah, so I'm glad you mentioned that. Let's keep that in mind too. Because I think this fan base got spoiled many years ago.
Oh, for sure.
When they made the playoffs 8 straight years. And you started calling for firings, you started calling for trade. And guess what? You got all of them. You got the firings and you've got the trades. And now we might finally have dug ourselves out of that. Enjoy these playoff appearances. It's like I know they're an obnoxious Twitter group. I don't know how #Rip City feels, but I don't think Portland was ever like a championship contender. Like, I don't think Portland ever fell short. I don't think Portland never lived up to expectations. I don't think Portland ever had like a 60-something win season and like, oh, they plopped out in the first round. They were consistently good. They gave you tremendous playoff memories, and they made the playoffs year after year after year. They're in a unique spot right now, but what was that, a 8-year run that they made the playoffs? 7, 8 years?
The Blazers?
The Blazers, yeah.
That sounds about right.
So, I think there's, we'll talk about him later.
Aaron?
No, not that.
He is him. Oh,
no,
okay.
No, him as in the non-pronoun him. Mike Malone in the Denver Nuggets. You consistently the top seed in the Western Conference. You've got who clearly in a landslide is going to be the third straight, third consecutive, third in a row MVP. And you don't have any team success to show for that. That's a bit more problematic than the Portland Trailblazers, right? Enjoy this run. It's going to be nerve-wracking. It's going to be nauseating. There are going to be days that are going to be tough. They're going to be. We talked about this. I don't think the Kings are staying in the 3 seed. Not an indictment of them. You got Kevin Durant getting ready to join his new team. They only have to win marginally more games than they did before Kevin Durant joined them. The Clippers very clearly have shown they're moving at their own pace. They're not concerned what anyone else is doing.
Right.
They got Russell Westbrook over the weekend, which we had long known was coming. You've got Kawhi Leonard entering that, if he's not already there, in that MVP form. It's not an indictment of Sacramento not finishing third. It's just, I think the 2 teams that are going to be chasing them are really, really good. And particularly the Clippers more than the Suns, but both of them really, really good. And then you've got Sacramento and Dallas. And then I think you start throwing in, I guess, Minnesota.
New Orleans.
Okay.
I mean, that's
no. I know. I'm really tempted to put Sacramento and Dallas in a category of their own. I understand we can't right now. Maybe we can next week or the week after. But I can see Phoenix and Los Angeles winning games at a clip slightly higher than what they've already done. I can't see that in Minnesota in New Orleans.
I'm with you. I agree.
I don't even know how I truly feel about Dallas.
I
love the Kyrie acquisition, and I love the potential of the Kyrie Luka Doncic backcourt, but I don't know what that means for the Dallas Mavericks as a whole.
Yeah, I don't feel great about Dallas. I know at the end of this season they had a pretty easy schedule the rest of the way, and the ability to score is going to just overwhelm, the Houstons and stuff like that they play. But they play zero defense. They got zero rim protection. I think I'm not crazy about that pairing, although I've said, and I but still believe, like, the ceiling is the roof with
Mhm.
them
Shout
for
out to
sure.
ACR Solar and Roofing.
Yeah, the ceiling is definitely the roof. I just don't know if they're gonna get to the ceiling.
I want to hear more about that. We'll talk about the Kings' very quiet weekend over the All-Star weekend. Boy, and everyone's got something to say about the All-Star weekend. My goodness gracious. Sports media dropped the ratings too. That's not going to make anybody feel good. Plus, a lot happened in the NBA over the last couple of days. Some bad news about Lonzo Ball, buyout markets all over the place. Surprise, surprise. Trae Young got his way. We'll dive into all of that. We'll talk more Kings. We mentioned Mike Malone. We'll dive into that. James Ham, final hour of the show. Much more ahead. We are just getting started. We are back with you live for the next 4 hours here on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320.
So I had something over the weekend that, you know, I want to bring to the stream, because it got crickets from my guys, and I want to know what they think. Jesse watching TV in there. Must be nice.
What is happening?
No, what do you want to know? I wasn't even watching
about to
TV.
say something, and then I'm looking at the TV like,
Bro, this
I
is
see the
CBS
reflection.
Sports. Nobody's watching this.
I was about to say something. I was like, oh, he's got a TV in there.
One channel.
After Elimination Chamber, we were in the group chat.
Oh, yep.
And you guys seem to be pretty on board that Sammy should be the guy. And I had an epiphany.
Okay.
I said, I think it should be Jay.
So I didn't think Sammy should be the guy.
You said he could be. You could see it happening.
I started to envision like a Kane King of the Ring scenario where, okay, you give everyone the moment, and it's
I didn't realize
insane.
they were in Montreal either.
Yeah, like it was
that, yeah.
You give everyone that moment, and Roman destroys him on Monday night and gets it. So, and as I was working through it, I was like, I don't know if the story is still there, but the pressure of the streak, the pressure of who ends it and how it ends is gone. And now you kind of go into WrestleMania with like a regular match, which by the way could be a really, really good match. But the pressure of who's the guy who eliminates who ends this streak from Roman is gone. Yeah. WWE said, the hell with your feelings. This man is getting pinned in the middle of the ring. 1, 2, 3.
They gave him a hell of a
But to your
match,
point, the story with Jay is like, the reason I didn't respond, 1, you were late to the party. 2, like you did text like 3 hours after the fact.
It was a little afterwards.
But when you texted, I thought,
what's this
Jay
about?
was the one who had
3
to come
years?
around. Yeah, he was the first one.
Yeah.
Because Jimmy was out with the ACL.
Yeah.
So Jay was the only one around, and he had to. Jay was a babyface,
right?
And they had to. And I was like, okay, this could work. You have a lot of, because I remember the first time they had Roman versus Jay, it was like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like Jay's a tag team guy. He's not going to do it. So you'd have a lot of work to do to make Jay.
Can you do it by WrestleMania?
Well, no, because it's Cody and Roman at WrestleMania. You've already started that.
Yeah, I don't think you can put the belt on Jey Uso.
Now it's a matter. Now
that's something that I did worry about. I don't know if you could, if they'd be willing to put the strap on Jay.
I don't think so. You're right. It brings the full circle. It brings the story for. But then what? Like, what do you do with Jay?
Well, then you can do whatever.
You have to build Jay up as a top guy. Cody's a top guy. Sammy's become a top guy, which is probably the most incredible thing through all of this, is they never saw Sami Zayn as a top guy. There's a story that like Vince didn't want Roman and Sammy on camera at the same time. And then Hunter took over and that changed.
And see, I don't know. I don't know if Sammy's a top guy. I think he's a top guy in this storyline, much like Jay. I don't know if Jay's a top guy, but in this storyline, it's catapulted him to, you take him out of this storyline. I think Sammy's back to an IC guy.
I disagree. They made Sammy a top guy in this story. I think they
but
made
I look at
Sammy
him like,
a top
see, and
guy.
I look at him like Kevin Owens. Like you would probably say Kevin Owens is
Kevin
a top
Owens
guy.
is absolutely a top guy.
I
They just I think over the course of the next year and some change, we'll start seeing a change in like the way guys like Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn are portrayed on television. Because I think Vince always looked at Kevin Owens like he's like, can I put that dude on the Ryan Seacrest show? Can I put that dude on Jimmy Kimmel? Like, you put Roman on there. Roman's a big, good-looking dude. Like, you could put him on any show. Like Sammy, that's a little Sammy to me, it's like Mick Foley. Like he's
I was just about to say that right now.
He's got super strong Mick Foley vibes. Mick Foley was a top guy, but like he was always his purpose of winning the belt was always to make sure The Rock got it or to make sure Hunter got it. Like he was never the guy. Sammy can hold his own in any interview, but I don't think he has to be the title holder to do it.
Aldrin says, why don't you like Cody? I think Cody is a top guy. I think Cody is a top guy. I just don't think that this, I don't like you. We talked about, I don't like the way they played him back. Like if they would have played him back, it would have been time at WrestleMania. I think it's too cheesy now.
He lost 6 months of momentum, and that's tough.
The Jay is the best story.
You know what I'm leaning towards? It's just Roman wins.
Oh yeah, I think that's what they're leaning towards.
Roman closes out WrestleMania night 2 as the champion.
I think that's what they're. And to your point originally, never.
This is the most serious thing we're discussing all day. Ain't no way we got a more serious topic than the one we were discussing during the commercial break.
I think, hey, Roman wins, and you build Jay up like you talked about, in either at TLC or SummerSlam. You put this. I think.
Does Austin Theory still have the Money in the Bank?
No.
Oh, he doesn't.
Somehow he lost it. I don't know how he lost it.
I noticed he hadn't been like he's not walking around with it.
Not TLC. Money in the Bank is the one in July. But that's Jay is, I think Jay winning and beating Roman is the best story.
Yeah, I just don't know what you do after that.
Somebody just call The Rock already. Be done with it already.
Part of me thought, is The Rock going to come out of Montreal? like, is this going to be the moment?
Is he going to fly from DC to Montreal?
Well, I thought that he might. Did you watch any of the XFL at all?
No, not at all.
Really?
No. I
watched a little bit of it. I really did not want to see The Rock giving a speech, which I know it got over super big, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's literally how the original XFL started. Was Vince with the Rock was the very first person seen in 2001 on the original XFL broadcast. Even before Vince McMahon in his stupid Letterman's jacket. The Rock was the first person seen on the video screen. I thought, okay, now The Rock, Dwayne, he's obviously in a very different place 22 years later. But as soon as I saw him, I was like, oh no. Oh no. And then he gives this speech and it's like, that's pretty cool. Like, okay. And then it gets over on social media and everyone's loving it. And it's like, all right. Once I weeded through all of that stuff, now I'm not going to pretend I sat down and watched 5 hours of the XFL. It was on as other things in my house were going on. But I peeped the screen several times for stuff I thought was pretty dope.
Yeah, I wasn't actively avoiding it. I think Saturday was a busy day. I was gone all day long. And then Sunday I was kind of gone all day long too. So like I said, I wasn't actively avoiding it. I just didn't see any of it. They have some work to do with somebody like myself. I'm not interested in watching football right now.
They blew it starting. They didn't blow it. I just don't agree with the idea of starting the week after the Super Bowl. Because
that's the biggest thing.
The quality of football is very, very different. But I think they make up for it with, like, they have like 3-point plays, which I don't think I knew going in. They had 3-point conversions. The onside kick was like 4th and 15 on your own 20 or something like that. 25
4th and 20.
Maybe.
No, I think you're right. It is 4th and 15, but it should be 4th and 20.
I was just like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Like that's. And then I saw like Twitter pushed out a highlight like that game. That led to a comeback. like because of the 3-point conversion and the 3-point play and the onside 4th and 15 play.
Yeah.
That led to a comeback in that game, which I thought was pretty cool. But the quality of football is such a step down, and coming off of the Super Bowl, debuting your league the next week is just a bad idea.
I don't think that should be the case. Me personally, this is just me. They would need a team in Sacramento for me to be really invested in it. Like if it's not any local tie or something like that, it's basketball season. I just spent 10 of the first 13 minutes of the show talking about I'm locked in on the final 25 games of this basketball season. Like that's what this time is for. College basketball to start. I was watching a bunch of high school basketball over the weekend, and will again tomorrow night. Shout out to my CKM Lions, the Lady Lions. Damn, that was tough. But yeah, I'm not checking for the XFL. Just not.
I think about 1.2 million people did.
There were people who watched it, who enjoyed the games, who said it was good. I've only heard positive things about the first weekend of the XFL. The only thing I talk about is like my personal, the way I consumed it. But I heard everybody that watched it thought it was pretty good.
I remember Vince McMahon's whole thing was, I miss football. Like, all right, cool. It's a great idea. Let's start the week after the Super Bowl. No, don't do that. And I'm not sure why, the Rock, Danny Garcia, why that $7 production group chose to replicate that. And part of it might have to do with the USFL starting up in April, question mark. But I think that's the one thing they could have done without. But if you stumble across it, because I'm not the person clamoring for football on a Sunday. Like I could care less that it's gone.
Did you watch Tiger?
Care less. I watched a little bit again on Saturday.
Did he? I really don't. I was traveling on Sunday. Did he play on Sunday?
Yeah.
Did he do well, or was he in the running? Or?
I mean, no. He wasn't in the running. He was like 14, 15 strokes back. But he played, which
is an accomplishment.
Yeah, that's most people didn't think he'd make the cut,
right.
And most people thought, okay, if he makes the cut, he's probably not going to play.
Did he do the whole
4
18 holes?
Yeah, I believe so. I didn't watch Sunday, but I believe he did all 18.
You know how that usually goes.
Well, I think for him it was. I think for him, once he made the cut, it was important to finish.
I'm glad he finished.
But I thought I don't remember if it was one of the days. I think there was a turn. Like he was under. He was -1, 2, and then I think
it's probably Saturday.
Might have gotten a little rocky after that.
He did well to make the cut.
He made the cut, yeah.
So it's probably Saturday. I was glad to see him finish out the weekend.
Yeah,
that was dope to see. So
yeah. Was that meant to be a smart-ass remark about fight you started over the weekend?
No, it wasn't that. It actually had nothing to do with that. But it was just, when Tiger's out of contention. My knee, I can't finish this.
Oh, no.
My back, I can't finish this. What am I? 10 strokes back?
I think finishing the round was important to Tiger.
And I'm glad he did.
I didn't ask him. That might
surprise
you.
That's your boy.
But yeah,
you talked to him. You got his number. You text him.
It's not even remotely true, but yeah. Interesting weekend for sure. All of that stuff was more interesting than the All-Star game. We'll get to the All-Star game. Let's touch on actual NBA stuff here. Okay. Nate McMillan was fired yesterday by the Atlanta Hawks. Everybody send your shocked face emoji in the chatty house because I'm sure everyone is stunned to hear that Nate McMillan was fired.
I am stunned that it happened during the season. And at this point in the season. Like if it was going to happen, I thought it was going to happen earlier when they had their little dust up publicly.
Yeah.
And the fact that they seem to move on from that, actually played solid basketball. And then All-Star break, they're like, yeah, let's move on.
But
I'm surprised at the timing of it.
Okay, so they are a game under. So they're. I think you're being a little generous with how they're playing right now.
No, they've gotten back. They've gone back down again.
Oh,
there was a time when they were playing good, and now they've gotten.
And that's why I think they just kind of leveled out. Like, all right, if this is where we are, just get through the season. They're not there anymore. And it could have been one of those excuses. Just if the team drops off again, we'll put a wrap on it. Team dropped off. They're a game below 500 now. And Nate McMillan is fired because
Do you think it's fair? It's justified to label Trae Young a coach killer?
No, I don't. I'm not the biggest fan of that dude or this team for whatever reason. But was it Lloyd Pierce? I don't think it was just Trae with Lloyd Pierce. It sounded like it just sounded like Lloyd maybe hadn't found his coaching style yet, or maybe had a unique coaching style that doesn't work with a lot of young men in the NBA. I'm not really sure what it was, but Nate McMillan, I'll put on the shoulders of Trae Young. Absolutely. I don't know that I would put Lloyd Pierce. If you could convince me to put Lloyd Pierce on Trae Young, then the answer would be yes.
Lloyd Pierce looking like Uncle Phil.
Well.
The new Uncle Phil.
Oh,
don't he look like Uncle
Bel Air back tonight.
Bel Air back tonight. I got one more episode I got to finish.
You've had one more episode for 7 months.
I know. I hadn't had a chance to watch my stuff, man. You know, I almost watched The Office last night.
Why do you do this?
It was on Comedy Central. I was like, I could jump.
It's always on Comedy Central.
I know.
It's literally always on.
We
Comedy
talk about
Central.
this, but then I turned it on and I was watching, and it looked like, I think it might have been season 5. That's what it said on the info.
Okay.
It looked like I don't know their names, the guy and the secretary were together.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, I want to see how that happened.
Yeah,
so I turned the channel.
Big spoiler. Oh, for God's sake.
I turned the channel. I don't want to see. I want to see how that happens. I don't want to jump in with them already together.
We got to turn this into a segment because he starts it the same way every time. He
I almost watched The Office
the
last
same
night.
exact line, word for word.
I turned it on the show last night, and the first thing I saw was them sitting at a table, and they looked like they were together. And I said, together, I want to know how that happened. I'm turning the channel.
You're not going to find out how they got together in that episode.
I don't care. The fact that they're together, I don't care. I don't want to see it that way.
Can't wait to talk to Kenny about it 15 years from now.
Wait till he finds out about Oscar.
So I'm gonna get to it, but
okay.
Yeah,
that is definitely the title of the segment.
One more
by the way.
episode.
I almost watched The Office last night.
One more episode of Bel Air, and you guys, there was a little bit of a spoiler alert.
Snowfall's coming back. Like there's some good programs coming back.
I'm caught up on BMF. I know that much.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I think I need to start the whole season over.
BMF a little wild. It's a little wild.
So okay, it's not good, is it?
No, I enjoy it.
It's lost. Like both the first. I watched the first 2. They both lost my attention. And now I'm on. And now it's like maybe I should just start the 2 episodes over and
maybe so. Yeah, I enjoy it. It's fun. The only wild part is how they got Lamar. It's like, come on, man. Come on, man. This guy needs to be on Marvel Comics, not on BMF. This is getting ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. He's season 5 Omar levels of jumping off an 8-story building and nothing happens. What? What? So there's that. Yeah, I gotta watch Bel Air though. Okay. But I was gonna. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say. It's not really a spoiler, but as I've continued to watch, and you're like, you haven't gotten to Marlon Wayans yet, huh? And I said, no. Well, I know exactly who Marlon Wayans is. It's great casting. Great casting when you think about it. But now I know. Before I was like, Marlon Wayans, what's he doing on? Now I know exactly who Marlon Wayans is.
Yeah, I think Marlon's only in the last episode, if I remember. Well, because that's the only episode you have, and you haven't seen Marlon. So, yeah. He's only in the last episode. How did we get from Nate McMillan to Marlon Wayans? How did that happen?
I don't know.
I was like, we got to talk about Nate McMillan. Wait, I already said that. Like, how did we get here?
Because we talked about Trae being a coach. Lloyd Pierce looks like new Uncle Phil.
That's what it was. That led us to The Office. Kenny almost watched The Office. Back to Bel Air. BMF got it. All right, full circle.
So to Trae Young though, I mean, I feel like that's always like, I try not to do that, right? Like call somebody a coach killer. That's a lot, right? But I do feel like Trae could have, if he really wanted those 2 coaches there, he could have made his presence known. And I don't know how much he really wanted those two coaches there.
Is this his? This isn't his third coach, is it?
I think it's his
It's his second? So
think
he's
it's his
going
second.
into his
Yeah.
third.
Yeah,
so
because
Lloyd Pierce was,
Mike Budenholzer was there before.
and he didn't coach Trey.
No, he wouldn't have had that either.
Oh no,
He would have.
wouldn't
It would have been the third
No.
coach.
No.
Because Budenholzer would have been.
Remember
gone.
when some of y'all wanted Mike Budenholzer fired?
Hey,
Remember that?
Because he
Look,
couldn't get out
no.
the Eastern Conference Finals.
Remember when some of
I
y'all
didn't
wanted
say
Mike
I
Budenholzer
wanted him
fired?
fired.
Uh-huh.
I said that's what they were going to look at it.
Mm.
And Coach Bud was looking a little crazy there. He was looking a little crazy in that series.
Y'all wanted Coach Bud fired,
He was
man.
looking a little
Amazing.
crazy.
Quinn Snyder, Charles Lee, and the belle of the ball, Kenny Atkinson, I guess, are all being looked at for this Atlanta Hawks position, which I was a bit unclear in what I read from Woj. The process is starting now. Are they going to hire the coach during the season?
I can't believe they would. I mean, that's what it sounded like too.
Like Woj was like the process is starting right now. So
Right.
I don't know if this is a situation where, I don't know why you'd hire the coach and be like, all right, see you in September.
That's what it sounded like to me too. That's how I read it as well. But that just seems, I wouldn't expect them to do that, right? Like I would expect them to go with the interim, play out the season, and then have a full, real coach search right now. But I mean, they could have the search right now.
I don't
It
think
seems
there's any reason you can't have a real coach search.
you
right now,
you
is
can.
there?
You're right. You're
Unless
right.
you're expecting people to be fired.
You're right. And then isn't that what we saw with Minnesota?
Yeah,
They had an in-season
Yep.
search, I guess.
Well, no, I think the thing with Minnesota was they didn't
have a search.
they didn't have a search. Jesse.
They're the 8th seed. And they got like solid players. Maybe they're just thinking like they need the right guy to come here and just kind of put it together. Maybe they think they're a coach away from actually competing. I mean, that's the only thing that would make sense to
They got a
me.
good roster. They got a lot
Putting
of
it
talent.
together.
Yeah,
in
like they have
season.
players. Maybe they're just like, yeah, it's not working with Nate.
In another case of whoops, I forgot. Jacques Vaughn.
Jacques Vaughn.
Jacques Vaughn is the latest interim coach who we completely forgot was an interim coach.
Yeah.
To get a contract, or I don't even know that you call it a contract extension, but he has the interim title removed. He gets a contract to be the head coach of this very, very, very different Brooklyn Nets team than he took over a handful of months ago.
Yeah, he did a good job when he took over for Steve Nash, kind of turning that team around with KD and Kyrie. And now on the flip side, we talked about it a little bit last week, and I don't know if what I said got misinterpreted a little bit. I don't think Brooklyn is trash. They got talent on that roster.
Mm-hmm.
They got guys that can play. Are they a championship contender anymore? Absolutely not.
No.
But I mean, they're a team that after you broke down the standings, they'll be in the top 6. They'll be a tough out for whoever they play in that first round. And it's a good
2020
building block.
vibes.
It's a good start.
This team got strong 2020 vibes when KD didn't play, Kyrie didn't play, and they busted their ass in the bubble. But even before the bubble, they were working hard.
It's a real good start.
I think this group's more talented.
Now, here's something that I did say, because we were breaking down like where they're at, what's going on, and I think a couple of people got upset or didn't agree. I don't know if they got upset, but didn't agree with me when I said I don't think this Nets team is in front of Orlando.
Yeah,
what do you
that
think
was
about
wild.
that?
No, like I think this Brooklyn Nets team is really good.
I think
they're not. I don't believe they're a championship contender, but this all boils down to the same thing we talked about last week. I think more highly of Mikal Bridges than you do.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have like enough like little pieces. Like I think this is a legitimate top 6 contending team now and next year. I like this team more than Orlando. I like this team more than Atlanta. I like this Brooklyn Nets team a lot more than I like a number of other teams, and I probably like them more than the New York Knicks. But let's
play a game. So, and
like
if
games.
you got 3 years with the team,
mm-hmm.
let's make it 5 because you can see it all the way through. You taking Brooklyn or Orlando?
Oh, if you're giving me 3 years to be the head coach,
or just
or just attaching my name to.
I'm taking Orlando.
The best player is on Orlando.
You got a potential franchise-changing player right there. And you got a guy like Franz Wagner. And you got Cole Anthony. You got Jalen Suggs. Think they got Wendell Carter too. Bo looks crazy sometimes.
Yeah, he does.
Bo looks insane.
The
sometimes.
Athletic made it was like an all fun team or something like that, and Bo was on it. I was like, that's absolutely the right call.
Bo looked like Wembanyama sometimes.
I don't know, bro. I kind of like Brooklyn, but I'll concede there's no question who the best player on the two teams are, and that's the biggest wild card, right? Like Paolo, because Paolo could wind up being Paolo could be in everything people thought Zion was going to be.
Yeah.
And not that Zion isn't those things. He absolutely is when he plays. But if Paolo stays healthy, like, yeah, he's the best player on both of those rosters. And it's probably not close, but
but don't get it twisted. I like Brooklyn's team. And you talk about some of the other pieces. Seth Curry. You know, I love Seth Curry. You know what I'm saying? And Ben Simmons, if he's maybe free to play how he would want to play, potentially, where I don't have to shoot. I can dish it out to shooters all over the place.
And like, it's weird. Like, I'm not having this conversation. Like, I'm not bringing this name up in conjunction with Paolo. Paolo is just like by himself, but I think Nick Claxton's really good too.
I like Nick Claxton. I like Nick. He's like, I think Wendell Carter's.
If I take Brooklyn just for the sake of argument, it's by like a smidge. I'd really want to, above all else, to attach myself to Paolo Banchero, though.
I heard your boys Simmons and Russillo were talking. I was listening to the podcast.
Guys, yeah,
and
good friends. Spent the weekend together.
Simmons said something that sounded crazy. I said, "Come on, man, why are we doing this?" But then I thought about it. I was like, "Damn, all right, is it crazy?" So he said something he's talking about Paolo, and he's like, "Yeah, Paolo it looks amazing. Like, is there any scenario where you're moving forward in his career, you don't see him averaging less than 28 points a game?"
28?
And I was like, that's my same thought, like 28. And then I was like, damn, like
we really just normalized averaging 28 points in your career.
Paolo is that type of dude where, damn, like that. It doesn't seem like, it seems crazy when you first hear it. It's like, stop.
What's he? Do you know what he's averaging right now?
I thought it's probably like 19. It's probably my guess.
But I'll look.
But it's like, damn, Paolo.
Yeah, 19.9. Round up 20 points.
20 a night already. 20 a night right now in his rookie season.
He's leading.
What is he, 19?
He's leading in
20.
His age or his points?
His age.
I would think he's 20. Yeah, I would think he's 20, but he's leading Orlando in points, rebounds, assists, and steals.
28 points a game for the next 6-7 years. That's a little
crazy.
Bit. That's a bit much. I think next year though he'll be up to like 25. Paolo, that dude. I remember, and you were here when I said it, and I saw him that first game at Duke. I said, "Damn, that's Carmelo Anthony all over again."
Yeah,
he's bigger than Carmelo.
He's shooting 41, so he doesn't shoot the three very well.
That's going to improve.
He's a 75% 3-point shooter.
What?
Yeah, well,
no,
free throw shooter. Sorry, 75% free throw shooter. 41% from the field. 33 minutes. Jesse says there's 7 guys averaging 30 a game right now.
That's a lot.
Yeah, the top 10, like the least amount is like 27 a game at 10th.
Paolo is going to get better as a scorer. It's going to become easier and easier.
I believe that.
So I could see him going. He's at 20 right now. That. I can see him being 23 to 25 in his second season.
and he's got that build too. Like he's a big dude. He's big. He's strong.
He's skilled. I think the 3-point shooting is going to improve to the point where he's like, you've got to guard him out there. Sky's the limit for that kid.
Couldn't agree more. Many people once felt that way about Lonzo Ball.
Oh.
And when we read the update over the summer on Lonzo Ball, we both kind of knew that this moment was coming, and it arrived yesterday. Lonzo Ball out for the entire year. The Bulls counted that by signing Pat Beverly. Kevin Love headed to the Miami Heat. And we'll see Russell Westbrook on Friday when the Kings take on the Clippers in Los Angeles. We'll dive back into the Kings. Plus, Mike Malone's act is getting really played. In fact, Mike Malone's act has been played. We'll talk about his latest when we return here. It's D'Lo and Casey. Phone lines are open for you, by the way, 916-909-1320. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. James Ham, final hour of the show here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Paolo's going to be 21 at the end of the year, too.
No older than I thought. Don't matter. I don't know if Kamara sent you this, but he sent me some like IG. Hey, dope ones. What's up, big dog? He sent me like an IG reel or something like that about, I don't know who it was, the producers or somebody from TDE talking about Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe.
Oh, yeah. What was it, Lady Gaga?
Yeah. That would have been a disaster.
Yeah, it was. I had never heard that story before. I had definitely never heard the sound. I was like, oh.
and I was somewhere and I couldn't really hear it. I meant to go back and watch it, but weren't they like, they got it and they were like, oh, this ain't it.
Yeah, it's no good.
Story goes, for those who didn't see it, she was supposed to sing the vocals on Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe, and it was all set to go. They got it, and I appreciate you, brother. I don't know if that's it though. Maybe it is. They got the vocals, and they're like, "Nah, this ain't it. We're not gonna go with this," and they didn't go with it. And
I can't go for that. No.
And they didn't go with it, and I don't think they told her. So they came out with the song, and then she came out with some type of.
And it sounds terrible.
It's horrible. It is ass. It is ass.
That wasn't the right one. We'll like switch halfway.
It's right now. It's good. It's good. I appreciate it though. It's good.
I can feel your energy from 2 planets away. I got my.
Hey, for all my video game players, you know what I did?
Oh, let's do that, Don. Let's do that.
Hey,
we have an idea. Finally, we have an idea. Let's do that.
You know what I did over the weekend in NBA 2K23? These people are amazing that do this. I was able to, like, because they have the share feature, you share downloads or upstate, whatever these people do. Essentially, they made 36 college basketball teams, and you can have a college basketball set up in your 2K23. These people made all the rosters, the arenas, as much as they could, the uniforms, everything. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So now I'm playing a college basketball season on 2K23.
Pepperdine versus Long Beach State tonight at KC's house.
I know they've been had that, but I'm telling you, it used to be more complicated back in, you guys are.
Don't let them disrespect you, Kenny. They're calling you old in the chat. Don't let them do that. Don't.
These jackasses, they're not listening. No one said it was a new feature.
Called y'all jackasses. Jeez.
No one said it was a new feature.
They said, "Hey, old man, we've been doing that for years."
You know what sucks is I tried to do it for Madden. You can't do it on Madden. You can upload the teams and stuff, but you can't do no franchise with it. It's trash. No, y'all don't need to see my games on Twitch. Pragmatic. You don't need to see my games on Twitch. And no, they really do. Is some of it is like, yo, it's, security.
Kenny getting roughed up in the chat a little bit.
They need to shut the hell up.
No, it's all right. Will Drake Bars return this week?
Yes. Well, yeah, Friday. I was about to say we might not have an opportunity, but yeah, we'll have an opportunity on Friday.
Thursday and Friday.
Well,
I mean, they play Thursday and Friday.
I was watching the show yesterday a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be eating during these interviews, man. I was hungry.
I'm glad that
what you want me to do.
Do you know how many? Okay. Since we're doing that, if we could eating, it's whatever. If we could navigate around like the retainers coming in and out, there are times I've gone to cut a clip and there's
oh man,
cartoon pulling the retainer out of his mouth with a slobber line 4.5 feet long. Like,
see, the whole thing is I try to keep them in, and then it just gets crazy, and I'm like, nah, I gotta get it out. I try as long as I can to keep the retainers in.
We'll put you in charge of editing reels, and then that'll be like, yeah, I really got to stop doing a couple of these things because we'll have this great reel plan, and Kenny takes a big bite out of some peanut M&Ms. It's like, oh, we'll find a different one. It's fine. We'll keep it moving. Mike Malone had jokes to make regarding the Sacramento Kings, as he so regularly does. This on the heels of him coaching in the All-Star game. He made a remark talking to, was it the Chetty House? Was it the Woj podcast? And he was, well, never once in my, has it been 8 years or however long it's been in Denver, has the owner come into my office and said, let's play 4-on-5. And it gets this, like, bro, get over it. Like I get it. It went ill. You were wronged. Everybody knows that. Literally, the entire city is on your side with this. Bro, you got to stop. Stop bringing up the Sacramento Kings in every inning. Stop bringing up how you landed in a great situation. You're coaching the soon-to-be 3-time MVP. You've got a great squad. You've been a great coach. You proved all of the people who were involved in your firing wrong from jump. And I get it. Like, it's hard to let some of that stuff go. Hold on to it for a second. Yeah, hold on to it for a year. 2 years, 3 years. At some point, bro, this is unhealthy. Mike, let it go. Michael, let it go. Move on. Because now you're not a baby face anymore. Now you're just a jackass. You're coming across as a jackass. Knock it off. Keep it moving. And we all know, and for those that don't and who still believe this stupid, tired ass story, Vivek Ranadive did not ask Michael Malone to play 4-on-5.
Yeah, they got to stop that. They
and the fact that Michael Malone still goes out there and says that, like, bro, don't. Come on, man, that's dumb.
Right.
You've made your point by succeeding. You've made your point by winning. Now keep it moving, because what I'm going to do is relish when your team gets eliminated. Don't do that. I have too much respect for you.
Right.
Stop talking about Sacramento. Stop talking about Vivek Ranadive. Stop trying to make jokes about stuff that very clearly didn't happen, but because all the little guys in the media don't take 2 seconds to truly like dive into something and fact check it, they run with it for a decade.
And it's not even it is fact checking too, but it's like common sense. Like, come on now. Like, no, nobody's out there saying let's play 4-on-5. That's where I do like have respect for Uncle V and everything that's going on. Like, from everything that I could tell, he came in there like, well, why don't we do this? Not let's do this. Like, here's something that's working here. Why don't we do it here? And Mike Malone, anybody else might be like, because you can't. Oh, okay. I was just asking. I was just asking a question. It makes sense. Yeah, we can't do it. All right, cool. That's not somebody, once again, coming in telling you to play 4-on-5 or anything like that. Michael Malone, I like Michael Malone a lot. I think he's a great coach. Seems like a great guy. I've never met him, but everybody vouches for him. I like him a lot. I agree with you. He's got to stop all this. This is getting whack. And I really there's something about it that rubs me the wrong way. It doesn't make me feel the way I think they're trying to make these things feel when Michael Malone or Tyrese Halliburton always come out with that. Oh man, I'm so happy for the fans of Sacramento. They deserve. That's great fans. You know, I've said a number of times, I love the fans. I love the fans. It's just great for them. Part of me is like, shut the hell up, man. Ain't nobody trying to hear all that. That's just how I feel about it. Shut up. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. Like, all right, we get it. Like, you don't like the front office or the ownership or whatever the case may be. It's whack to me. It's whack.
It is. And it's time for Michael to move on. 916-909-1320 if you want to be a part of the conversation. One thing that Mike Malone did say over the weekend that was true had nothing to do with the Sacramento Kings, because despite the fact Michael still holds on to this grudge.
And real quick on that, to your point, I like you said, I'm not going to relish so much when he loses to the Suns. Like, I could care less. But you come up against the Kings at any point in your coaching career, you public enemy number one for me. Because you've been talking crazy. Mike. You public enemy number one. Tyrese, you've been talking crazy. I love you, Tyrese. You come up against the Kings, I got to roll with my people.
Oh, that's a given.
Yeah, and I'm gonna talk crazy to you because you're talking crazy. Yeah, we got you. Talking all that mess. We got you. Just letting it be known.
One thing Mike Malone did say that was accurate, because, again, Michael wasn't sitting at home over the weekend. He was coaching the All-Star team. Another example of, hey, Michael, your point's proven. You've already won, but that's okay. Keep hammering the same nail over and over again. He did say following the All-Star game that this is the worst basketball I've ever seen. And he wasn't wrong. And the funny thing is, these, think pieces, and I get it, content's tough right now, so you've got to find something to talk about. And let's bitch about the All-Star game. It's cool. That's fine. I don't have any beef with the All-Star game, because I know people hate this. And I know this is a completely irrational concept. I was bored during the draft. I thought the draft was excruciatingly long and incredibly boring. And as I drudged through that, begging for something exciting to happen, I was just like, this is dumb. And I walked away from it and then flipped back. It was like, oh, they're doing this. I'm good. And didn't watch it anymore. And again, I know that's a weird concept for people. I know people would rather watch something and bitch about it than just find something else to do with their day. But what the NBA needs to decide, is this a live event show or is this a television show? Because if it's a live event show, I'm guessing all those people in Utah left happy. They got to see Jason Tatum score 55. They got to see dunks. They got to see their favorite ball players interacting. And no one's going there like, man, I hope this is really competitive. They're going there to be entertained. I'm guessing those people who were in Salt Lake City were entertained. From a television perspective, though, that is not compelling television. And what they've got to decide moving forward is, are we a television broadcast or are we a live event? Is the All-Star game a live event? Because trying to balance the two, trying to serve both those entities, it's going to fail you miserably.
Well, it all comes down to the game. And I do, players, this is on you. This is on you. It all comes down to the game. Like, I understand what you're saying about, is it a TV event and all this other stuff. If they're playing the game for real, none of that matters.
But they're not going to play the game for real.
That's the problem. Like,
it's not a problem, though.
It is a problem.
Why?
Because if you're going, for somebody like myself, who, I'm not saying you don't love basketball, but somebody who loves basketball, loves the competition aspect of it. If you're going to
watching the wrong thing.
No, I'm also not the one like complaining, talking about like, oh, this is the worst thing ever. It is what it is. But that doesn't hide the fact that it's awful. And these guys, they need to do better. They need to do better as players. Like there's no need for what we saw on Sunday and what we've seen the last 10 All-Star games. There's no need for that. Like if you're going to do that,
okay,
then don't get into the game.
It's all good. Like these are all fun. Like I'm seeing the dope ones in here said the problem is it was competitive in the past. Cool. I'm seeing pragmatic pessimist says lowest rated All-Star game ever. That's facts. Can you do it for me? The Doc Rivers.
Which they tell the whole story.
There is a story behind that, by the way, and I know it's not as sensational as the push notification that says lowest rating of all time. It absolutely was the lowest rating of all time. All-Star ratings have been trash, but let's look at it in pragmatic. I think it was like 4 million this year. That's pretty low. Last year it was 6 million. The year before it was 5 million. There's no rhyme or reason to it with one notable exception. In 1998, 16 million people watched the All-Star game.
Mike's last one.
There was no All-Star game in 99. In 2000, 10 million people watched it. They never sniffed that 16 million number again. The next year, in 2000, 2 years later, in 2002, 13 million people watched it. And then in 2003, 10 million. In that year, from 2020 to 2002 to 2003, the game moved from NBC to TNT.
Mm-hmm.
So that game in Atlanta, 2003, 10 million. They never touched 10 million again. That was 20 years ago. That has nothing to do with competitiveness. That has nothing to do with that crap we saw over the weekend. Has nothing to do with any of that. That's a simple shift in networks and availability to the homes. The numbers have been virtually the same. 7 million, 8 million, 6 million every year. 4 million. Oh, the game was so bad, only 4 million people watched it. No one knew the game was going to be that bad. No one stuck around to watch all of it. And they did they just left.
Well, I knew it was going to be that bad. They've been
perfect.
The same game for 10 years now.
Perfect. Here's the next storyline for everybody to pontificate, because everybody who's in an uproar, that's great. I'll throw one at you that'll hit close to home. Man, De'Aaron Fox tears his ACL on that breakaway move in the second overtime of an NBA All-Star game.
It would suck, but it happened. Like De'Aaron Fox could tear his ACL at practice.
He could. But it wouldn't be the All-Star game.
He could tear his ACL.
Tearing his ACL at practice would not be the same as tearing his ACL at an All-Star game.
He could tear his ACL at the Seattle Pro-Am.
And it wouldn't be the same as tearing it at the All-Star game.
Why? How would it not?
Because the All-Star game is pointless.
At some point, these guys they gotta play basketball.
No, they don't.
They got to play basketball.
They do. They play basketball starting tomorrow. There's a whole bunch of basketball games tomorrow.
We told you they go harder in practice than they do in All-Star games.
Because practice is leading towards their ultimate goal. Their goal is to win a championship.
And I'm not even asking them to play that hard in the All-Star game. What we saw and what we continue to see, that's a waste of everybody's time. It really is a waste of everybody's time. Then
poll those people in Utah and ask them if this game was a waste of their time.
Ask them if it was.
So you think those people who were in attendance weren't pleased with what they saw? That they didn't come out and get exactly what they wanted?
They got what they expected. They didn't get what they wanted. They wanted a better game. They wanted him to go.
No, they didn't. They wanted to see the stars, and they got to see them.
Nobody has said, hey, that's exactly what I wanted.
If you're going to an NBA game I want a competitive game, you're a jackass. No, that's on you. That's your fault.
That's what you expect.
It's not. No.
So you would go, listen to what you're saying. If the All-Star game's in Sacramento, you would say, I want them to play like this.
No, I'm going, I don't care how they play, because I'm not going to the All-Star game to watch the game. How many times did we talk about this leading into the weekend? Talking about the All-Star game is the worst part of the whole weekend. You got festivities on Thursday, Friday. You got all the big parties. You got all this different stuff. Literally, the worst part of the All-Star game is the All-Star game. No one goes for that.
It wasn't always that way.
Oh, okay. Now we're doing the back in my day. Well, things change.
Right,
things are different. Okay, well, that's fine. Things change.
I would want them to play harder than what they did.
Okay.
That's all it is.
I don't think they're going back to that.
I don't think they
I
are
don't think
either.
you're
I
going
don't
to
think
convince
that's-
these guys to play harder in an exhibition
You
game.
can't convince these guys to do anything in that respect. I'll be the old guy here in this situation, but play the game, man. You know what I'm saying? Play the game. Like, don't make a mockery. There was a time when Tatum and Brown were going one-on-one. They got the still shot. Somebody on one of the teams is sitting there like this with his arms folded, just chilling. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing at that point? Like, if you the fact that it's just an all-star game and it shouldn't matter, then don't have it. Like, don't
have it. That doesn't bother me a bit. Then don't have it.
That's a complete waste of time.
Then don't have it. Name all stars and keep it moving.
That's a complete waste of time.
That doesn't bother me a bit.
But once again, I'm not an NBA player. I just know how I'm wired. I know how a guy like Kobe Bryant was wired. Michael Jordan. These guys competed. Kobe could have tore his ACL in the All-Star game.
I love when y'all bring up Mike and you can name two guys. Like, that's it.
I mean,
before reverting back to the 80s, you can name like two people who were like hyper competitive.
Yeah,
no one brings up Dwayne Wade bloodying Kobe Bryant's nose.
Okay.
The whole thing is just dumb to me. The whole all-star, name all-stars and keep it moving. If you want to have the game, cool, like have the game. This thing is dumb. And people bitching about the level of play is stupid. It's an exhibition game that means nothing for your favorite team. So keep it moving. And if you don't like it, don't watch.
They're not watching.
Well,
so they're not.
Then cancel it.
So if they ain't canceling nothing because that's a bunch of money. So like,
if advertisers stop buying it because you just said no one's watching, so I guess the barometer is now 4 million. That equals no people.
Right.
Then okay.
So what? Okay. So what are you?
They're looking at they're looking at as the all-star rating is down, which is still significantly higher than any other crap you would put in that time slot. You could put Kenny Caraway's favorite Law and Order SVU episodes right there. It ain't going to bring in 4 million people. There is nothing on the network that they could put on, whether it's TNT or ABC or ESPN or whatever, or NBC, that's going to give you 4 million people in the middle of the day like that. So they're going to take it. Oh, man, it fell to 3. What are you going to do?
And nobody is sitting here saying they should get rid of it. I'm not saying they should get rid of it. I'm just telling you it's not good.
I'm saying I don't care if they get rid of it.
That's fine if you don't care, but it's not good. That's all I'm disputing. I'm not disputing whether anybody cares or not. I'm telling you it's not good. And you can't tell me the people in Utah.
So where is it next year? Indianapolis. What if Adam Silver said, it's right, it's trash. Let's do Sacramento. We want to see the all-star beam. You're not going?
Yeah, I'm going. Am I getting what I want in that game?
If it's in Las Vegas and they're like, hey, D-Lo KC.
That was like one of the worst games. It's in Vegas, boy. That was crazy. But what I
vomited at halftime.
what I'm telling you
showing
up
to the game with glitter all on the side of their uniform.
You go and you get what you expect. That's a difference. There's a difference between that and getting what you want. I would want these guys to put on a show and play a better game. I'm not going to get that from them, especially this like I said, I'll be the old guy, especially this generation of ball players. They don't play like that. So I'm not going to get what I want. Now, once I put down the money to go to the game, I'm not going with no dreams of grandeur of what they're going to really. No, I know they're not going to get after it. I'm paying because I know they're not going to get after it, but I want to be at the event.
I also wonder, and Lizzie, we'll get to you in just a second. I also wonder how many of these guys or how, like when you go back to, the game was so much more competitive back then. Okay. I wonder in those 80s, 90s, whatever era you're talking about, I wonder if they checked into their room and their PR person handed them a sheet that had all day appearances Friday, all day appearances Saturday, all leading into Sunday's All-Star game. I wonder how much of that happened back then. And I'm not saying that with, I caught Kenny here. No, I generally wonder how much was required of them back then. Because I know what's required of them now. This is like De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis. They weren't at practice yesterday. They didn't have a break. They had obligations all weekend that they were away from Sacramento. Their break was significantly shorter than any anybody who didn't, but than players who didn't make the All-Star team.
Oh.
I don't know if that was always the case.
Look, they had I'm not disputing you've been behind the scenes on these All-Star games and things like that. They had obligations from like 8 to 5. It's not like they had obligations from 8 to midnight. They weren't they had the option of whether or not to attend All-Star Saturday night. Like that's the block right there. Like from after their practice, maybe they got to make an appearance somewhere. And after 3, 4 o'clock,
you just said 8 to 5. Like that's not a full day's work.
I'm not saying it isn't, but it's also an appearance, man. They're not, when you see them building the houses and painting this up, they're not literally building the whole house. They're coming for the photo op to be there, which is cool. They're not building the whole house from 8 to 5.
Cap. They're working. That's big cap. They're working.
They're not.
No, they're not building the whole house.
I'm not saying they're not, but they're also, they're not building the house.
Well, no.
They're there. They're doing a little work. They're doing what they do.
And then they're getting shipped off to the this is dumb. This is dumb. Leezy, 916-909-1320. Leezy, what's up?
Yo, D-Lo and Casey, what's good, guys?
What's up, HAL?
What's popping? Hey, I just had to call in with 2 quick comments and a question. I'll try to be quick. One of the best parts of the All-Star game was kind of like Casey said, when Jaylen Brown and Tatum were actually going at it and actually playing defense. And also, if players don't want to do the All-Star game, then just give them the option to opt out if they don't want to do it. Like Damian said, people are still going to watch. And lastly, just a crazy idea I had was, what if you had the starters or first ballot guys against the reserves? So if you have a guy like Steph Curry out there hot dogging it and not taking it serious in your SGA, wouldn't you play with a lot more pride, and wouldn't that create some competition maybe?
None of these guys are playing with pride.
You added nothing to the conversation, Leezy.
None of these guys are going to play with pride.
No, to Leezy's point, wasn't SGA pissed that LeBron blocked him?
Yeah. Yeah. He was like, you letting everybody else go for a dunk. I go for a dunk. He blocked my shot.
I pops for that. That made me laugh so hard.
And then SGA in the same breath said, I don't think there's anything wrong with the All-Star game.
I laughed so hard at
these
that.
These guys, they're just not competitive like that. I'm not saying they're not competitive. They're not competitive like that.
So was the game back then really that competitive? Because no one's ever gone, oh, I remember this All-Star game. Y'all will name moments. No one's ever talked about an All-Star game. Honestly, I think everyone just romanticizes what it really is. It's never really been the game was asked yesterday, asked 10 years ago, and it was 15 years ago too. The game's never been good.
It wasn't a knockdown drag out, but there was level of competition there. There's zero level of competition in these games. If the All-Star game back in the 90s and early 2000s was 60-70% of what a normal game was, these games are 0%.
That's facts.
So it's not like it had the same intensity of an NBA Finals game. It was damn, at least you get these moments where they're hooping, they're going at it. You can see these guys making some great plays and things of that nature. You can see that every now and then. Now really is a waste of time. And I watched, some of it. I watched more this past All-Star game than I have in recent years. Just because of where I was at, it was on, I had nothing else to do, so I was watching it. But it's not good. It's not good. It's nasty, bro.
Okay. So in 2003, there was a double overtime game. 2003
in Philly. Where was 2003 at?
Atlanta.
Oh, that was Jordan.
There's
that was a great moment.
136-132 the next year at the Staples Center in LA. There's a handful of close games. There's a 2-point game in 2006. There's a 20-point game, 10-point game, 30-point game. These games aren't close.
It's not about the games.
I'll go back to 95. It was 139-112. Is it the number of points people are upset about? 130-113.
No, it's literally about.
There are a lot of. By the way, I'm sorry to cut you. There's a lot of overtime,
which I know
All-Star games.
They don't have to play.
This is
overtime.
ridiculous.
Now that's a whole nother. They don't have to.
80, 84, 87, 93, all overtimes.
It's not about whether the games are close. It's about the competitiveness in the game. One of the great All-Star moments is when Shaq dunked over David Robinson. That's because David Robinson had to be there trying to contest something for Shaq to dunk over him. Like all we want is at least some remnants of what a real game with the best players in the world will look like. We know we're not going to get that completely because they're not, it doesn't matter that much. We just want some moments here and there. That's why people talk about Jalen versus Tatum. They're like, man, okay, it's a glimpse into what it might be like if these guys really play. Or when Mike hit his shot, or the first game of the first year they did the Elam ending. That was pretty competitive and going at it.
So
we want some remnants of that.
So what if? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We'll step out. We will come back. More NBA stuff okay, let's just stay along the same line and talk about what your boy Ant-Man said.
Loved it.
Okay. How old's Anthony Edwards again?
20-something. 20 early 20s.
The early 20s. Yeah. Like 22?
We'll talk about because I got a question for you.
Okay.
I got a question for you.
All right. Well, clearly, batten down the hatches, as Gorilla Monsoon would say. We've got some things to talk about here as D-Lo and KC continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That's what I wasn't familiar with.
Batten down the hatches. What? All right, Gorilla. Yeah, John, I was looking at that. Like I couldn't, like, I wasn't computing as I was looking at it. I was like, why was this All-Star game so crazy? And then I was like, oh,
that was the first Elam ending game.
That was no, it wasn't. I don't think. You got some popcorn in the beard.
Appreciate it.
I think didn't that start after Kobe passed? I mean, the bubble ending. Did that start like because
from what I can remember, there was an All-Star game before the bubble.
Right.
So he passed, and
so that's the All-Star game. Yeah.
Yeah, they commemorated by doing the 20.
That got you. That's right. Yep. Because it was literally weeks.
Yeah.
After.
That was Chicago.
Yep. Yeah, it had that Chicago flag logo. Man, how times have changed. Kemba Walker was an all-star starter in that game.
Wow. Damn, Kemba.
Ben Simmons was a reserve. Domantas Sabonis was on that team.
The All-Star game is beyond fixing, though, right?
In my opinion, yes.
I mean, because they did that stuff with the NFL and nobody watched it still. Like, it was more competitive.
Only thing that'll fix it is if they play.
See, but I don't
think they're going.
Yeah,
to. What's his point?
You got, and I'm not trying to excoriate him or anything, but you got SGA coming out talking about, I don't think there's anything wrong with how we played. What?
I wonder if James is coming in. Just realized they're at practice right now. Some Harrison Barnes. Some Mike Brown sound.
Couldn't Pete.
That's
That's not popcorn. That is just graze.
Let's see here. Share.
Now, the dope ones is in here saying the entire weekend is watered down. I mean, it is, it is what it is. This is, once again, I look at this thing where I wish it was all better, right? I wish it was all better, but it is what it is. I accept it for what it is. I enjoy All-Star Weekend. I enjoy it. We mentioned it. The worst part is the game. Everything leading up to the game, I absolutely enjoy. But
it's wild that the dude who lives across the street from me won the dunk contest. You can't tell me that dude just doesn't live across the street from one of us.
I've been telling y'all about Max McClung for a couple years. I've wanted the Kings to get him.
They need to do away with the All-Star game and make like Saturday night, like the big thing or whatever.
Can
do
you
like a
search
3-on-3
our
tournament
sound to
after
find
that.
out the last time? Is there a way to like keyword search our sound to see if Kenny ever brought up Max McClung on this show?
Mac.
Bro, we're 4 people at a radio station. We can't do that.
Mac McClung. I did because I always liked him. Out of Georgetown. Well, out of Texas Tech. Well, he went to Georgetown, then he went to Texas Tech. But he's a bucket, so you know I liked him. And just because he won a dunk contest, I don't know if he can play in the league. But
Did you see he made as much that day, winning that he did for season?
Yeah, so I think that was his career earnings.
Yeah.
Yeah, cancel the game and do a 3v3 tournament after the dunk contest or something. Just make it one day.
Nah, man, it's a whole weekend, man. Plus, the other thing about it is, like, what else are you gonna do? Make it the whole weekend. What you gonna do? Just
I live in California. Go do whatever.
Wow. We'll talk about that, by the way. Nah, man. There ain't nothing else on TV. Like as a viewer, ain't nothing else on TV. There ain't nothing else going on. Throw a celebrity game on a Friday. What else we gonna watch? They don't even play college basketball on Friday nights.
Well, I mean, like, don't do the All-Star game itself. You could do like the Rising Stars game and all that Friday and Saturday. Just Saturday's like your biggest night.
Yeah. Yeah, you played the All-Star game.
Mac McClung looked like he was best friends with Matt George growing up.
That's a good point, Alfonso. I could watch The Office. That's a good point.
What was Mac Jones's name? McCorkle. Is that what it
Michael
was?
McCorkle.
Michael McCorkle. It's because Mac's name is Matthew.
Yes.
He was like, how do we just I get McCorkle. Mac McCorkle. Like, I get that. Like, how do we get Mac from Matthew? We can start calling him Mac George. Mac George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, can join us tomorrow.
George.
I said during the commercial break, I'm confident Mac McClung and Matt George were best friends. But if his name is Matthew McClung, then I want to call Matt George Mac George. He put on a show.
He did, man. That was phenomenal. He had me. I was popping in my living room like, oh my goodness, that's how you feel. Woo.
Part of it, little guy dunks always look better.
They really
being 6'2", they always look better.
So they really do, and I want to continue on that point because I saw something on Instagram and they were talking about all the great dunk moments ever, right? And the evolution of the dunk has just changed. Like things that we would pop over in the 80s and 90s, they're doing at your local 24-hour fitness now.
Mm-hmm.
But they were very, very simple. But watching Spud Webb dunk, I was like,
man.
oh, whoa, yo, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. This little dude did a 360. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
This was like 30, 40 years ago almost, man. And it's like, nah, that's still like if you take it out of the prism of he didn't do a reverse 720 that can't, like, you just look at like, yo, this little dude really was getting up there banging out. Like that's pretty dope. And he looks like Ryan out there. He looks as small as Ryan out there.
He yeah, the Spud Webb stuff is pretty incredible. It's incredible. But Mac put on a show. There's another element that added to Mac's night.
Oh, hell yeah. And then always got to jump off the deep end.
I just wanted to make sure.
Hell yeah, man. Hey, always got to jump off the deep end because all of a sudden then it became Mac McClung save All-Star Saturday and save the dunk contest. Stop,
can I point something out? Can I just point one quick thing out? If the dunk contest needs to be saved every year, because how many times have we heard they've saved the dunk contest?
Every year.
Look, it's dead. Dunk contest is gone. And we hope for a fun night.
It's not gone.
No, it's dead.
Dead.
because the days of Dominique versus Jordan, since we're pandering to our older audience here and trying to hold on to the good old days, like those, like there aren't.
We just had the best dunk contest of all time like 4 years ago.
Which one was that?
Levine and Gordon.
That was 4 years ago?
4 or 5 years ago.
Jesse, do the math on that. I don't think that was 4 years
Yeah.
ago.
When do you think it was?
Oh,
What, 10 years
it's gotta be
ago?
at least 20 years ago, wasn't it? That feels like an eternity ago.
It was Toronto.
2016.
6 years ago now.
7 years ago now.
7 years ago. Wow.
So yeah, it's damn near a decade ago.
That was great. Aaron Gordon came back in Chicago and was doing crazy stuff. Got robbed. Derek Jones was losing his mind.
But every year someone blurts out the dunk contest to save.
because they're ridiculous.
Well,
It's
stop
not
putting
safe.
Reggie Miller on TV
Well,
and it
look.
won't happen.
Well, look, here's the reverse point, counterpoint to that. If somebody's saying it every year, maybe it's not dead. If everybody's saying like, "Oh my gosh, did you see what he did? Yo, the dunk contest is safe." If they're saving it every year, maybe it's not dead. Maybe that's the case.
Well, then stop saving it. Like, don't you have to save something from
Nobody's saving it. That's the whole point.
It's dumb. Y'all gotta stop this.
Let's see.
Mac McClung.
He was
that's-
phenomenal. though.
That was fun though.
He was and like lost in the whole thing is I thought Murphy Jr. was doing some crazy
Mhm.
stuff.
Yeah, I actually thought there was a good lineup of dunks
Yeah.
in the whole
KJ was
setup.
doing some great stuff.
Mhm.
He was, let me see. So
two things. The one through the arm through the elbow, grab
poor Jericho.
that
Sims.
was a big failure.
That was big.
Two, we've got to stop doing that because someone's gonna hurt themselves.
Nah, they can't. That's not okay.
Someone
It's
is
not okay.
like
You
he
guys-
was rubbing
guys
his
gotta stop.
arm, and I'm like, nope, that's it.
Yeah.
They're gonna
Like-
that's gonna be the first dunk banned. They're just gonna be like, look, man, don't. You want us to pull out a Kia for you to jump over it? That's fine, but don't do the arm in the dunk contest anymore, or arm in the hoop
No.
anymore.
Off the top of my head, in the last 10 seasons, I don't remember Levine in New York, but obviously I remember Levine in Toronto.
He
Donovan
lost
Mitchell.
that one too,
Huh?
didn't he? Didn't Levine lose? Did
No,
Levine
he a
lose
two-time
the
winner.
He won.
He
He won
never
the second
lost.
one.
Oh. He won. I don't remember New York City, but I obviously
I don't
remember
remember
16.
that one either.
That was the one. Donovan Mitchell on 18 was crazy. Hamidou Diallo. I remember he went crazy. That's one of those. He saved the dunk contest. He went crazy in that
Thank
one.
you.
Derek Jones Jr. went crazy in Chicago. That's Aaron Gordon was in that one as well. Then Mac McClung. So there's like 5 of the last 10 that people have been like
They saved it.
satisfied afterwards.
Well, thank you.
And
to
Obi
our-
Toppin was really
Thank
good
you to Mac McClung, our savior.
no,
because
it's
of Matthew McClung, we can have the dunk contest next year. So thank you.
What do you think about Stephen A? You see Stephen A after on Monday or whatever saying
Try to avoid
LeBron
Stephen A at all costs.
LeBron is solely responsible
Of course.
for ruining the dunk contest.
Why wouldn't he be? No, I'm gonna need further explanation.
His explanation was they've all the greats have gotten in this dunk contest, and he's the one who didn't. And he talks about how like these guys follow his lead. Whatever his lead, they follow his lead, whether it's not doing a dunk contest. Now, let me preference it by saying I don't completely agree with Stephen A on this one. Like, I don't think it's LeBron's fault or they all blindly follow him, but creating super teams, moving super teams, that is a tribute to LeBron, and
Mhm.
people followed that wave, and not being in the dunk contest for whatever reason seem to be following that wave. Like, he's the first great player in recent memory in the modern NBA who has chosen not to do it. And it leads to everybody else. John Morant come in here like, no, I ain't doing no dunk contest. Ion didn't do it. None of these guys do it anymore. And he says it started with LeBron. I think that's unfair to LeBron because these are all grown ass men. Like, they should not be influenced on that level. If LeBron don't want to do a dunk contest, that should have bearing on Zion Williamson's thought process.
So
it's unfair to be like LeBron ruined it. Like I get his point. I don't agree with it. I understand it, but yeah, that's not fair to LeBron.
That's a desperate attempt to get people to listen to what you're saying by invoking Mac McClung won the dunk contest, and we're going to make this about LeBron James somehow. It's because the Mac McClung story isn't sexy enough, so we're going to find a way to make this story about LeBron.
I don't
James.
think it's exactly that though. I think it's. I could be wrong, but I think it came from Ja immediately saying, "No, I'm not doing a dunk contest."
So Ja can't possibly have an opinion of his own or feelings of his own.
That's where I disagree with Stephen. But it's not. Mac McClung didn't win, and he was like, "I'm gonna blame LeBron James." I think Ja saying that, and that had people kind of like tight a little bit over the weekend when Ja immediately was like, "No, I ain't doing it." They're like, "Oh my gosh, here we go, another star not doing the dunk contest. Who we want to see not doing the dunk contest?" That led to, I think, Stephen A. saying, "Yeah, these stars don't do it because LeBron never did it." So it's not just Mac McClung won. Let's crap on LeBron. I don't think that's where it came from. Like I said, I understand the point. I disagree because you got to hold these men accountable for their own decisions. It's not LeBron's fault Zion or Ja don't want to do the dunk contest.
Zion can't stay healthy enough to stay on the floor when the games matter. Why? If I were the Pelicans, I'd be like, no. How much is the prize? $100,000. Here's $100,000 to not compete in the dunk contest. No, you can't. No,
these guys are their own men.
That's silly. It's been like this though for like, you've got a better memory than I do. Kobe wasn't Kobe when he was in the dunk contest though, right?
No, he was a rookie.
Okay.
But he did it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but it's not like Kobe Bryant leading the Lakers to 3 NBA finals did it.
No.
Rookie Kobe did.
But they've been asking since rookie LeBron to do the dunk contest. Rookie Zion do the dunk contest.
Again, Zion isn't even on the floor during no different this year.
So, but that's also goes into like I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying. But Zion gonna be out for the season because he did 4 dunks that he doesn't practice.
Man, we're just not vibing at all today. Are you seriously asking me if I'd want an injured Zion Williamson to go out there and be in the dunk contest? For what?
He's not this year, obviously. This year he can't do it. He's injured. Obviously. We're talking about a healthy Zion Williamson.
I'm sorry, you misunderstood my point. He's never healthy. He's never healthy to be able to compete.
He played in the All-Star game like 2 different times. He's played in the All-Star game. So when he's healthy that weekend, he's played in the All-Star game. We're gonna trip off him doing 4 dunks. Like what are we doing? Where the guy can't do 4 dunks. That he doesn't practice. He showed us the video. He hit him in an empty gym.
Yeah, I missed Zion playing in all these All-Star games, so I'm just going back.
All of them. He played in the All-Star game. He's played in the All-Star game. And 1 at least, maybe 2.
Literally played in 1.
Okay.
And I don't even know that he played.
Yeah, I remember watching him. He had some nasty dunks. Got some oops. I remember watching him.
All right. The whole All-Star thing, this is all dumb to me. Expecting these guys, like the whole LeBron James ruined it because he didn't do it. No, Ja, grow some balls. Go do the dunk contest. Zion, go do it. If you're playing follow the leader, then none of y'all are leaders. That's fine. If that's the case, Memphis needs to look at this. That guy's our leader, and he's just following LeBron. No, we don't need to do that.
I agree.
There's obviously a reason these guys don't want to do it. Ja's dunks. I'd rather watch Ja dunk in a game than watch Ja dunk in that with a bunch of celebrities standing courtside, because they're all contrived and some of them are silly, some of them are spectacular, some of them are goofy. Now it's just
the Alvarado one. I popped on that.
That was kind of dope. That was kind of dope.
That was funny. I popped on that.
But it was creative. Like and now it's not even like who's the best. It's like how creative can you dunk it? Can you catch the ball off the backboard? Can you bring in DJ Khaled to throw it off of the side of a Rolls Royce. Who cares, man? I'm not going to blame LeBron James because John Morant doesn't want to do the dunk contest, or Zion Williamson, or any player.
I'm not either. But I would like to see those guys in the dunk contest. I think you don't want to see them in the dunk contest.
No, I don't care. That's the difference. I don't care. Like, it's LeBron's in it. Oh, cool. Okay, what's that going to look like? LeBron's not doing it. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Look, Jordan did it. Like, no, I'm not going to use that as a talking point for some argument. Like, I don't care. LeBron wants to do it. Cool. Zion wants to do it. Great. Aaron Gordon, Zach LaVine want to give us a rematch. Yo, let's do it. They don't. Fine. I'm not that invested in who does an exhibition dunk contest. If I'm watching the Grizzlies on League Pass playing anybody but the Sacramento Kings, I want Ja to dip on somebody. I want to see De'Aaron Fox break down the middle, hit the clutch, as Mark Jones would say, and throw an in-game dunk down. The dunk contest hasn't moved me since. Well, the Zach LaVine one did, but like I remember being like Vince Carter's was nuts. The Gordon LaVine one was fun because it was back and forth and it felt like they kept getting better. Now you just kind of pull a couple dunks out. That's cool. It's cool. Like, I don't care if it's Derrick Jones Jr. or Victor Wembanyama. I don't care. If it's a dope dunk, it's a dope dunk, no matter who does it.
Well, the other thing about that as well, and look, at the end of the day, like I don't think anybody.
Some of y'all hoop fans want to live in like 1988 forever.
But I'm also saying, like, I don't think anybody here is saying the dunk contest and the All-Star game is more important than the playoffs. Like, nobody's making that argument. We understand it's an exhibition. We understand, like, in the grand scheme of things, as far as standings and all this other stuff, it doesn't matter. But it's part of help growing the sport. The sport isn't going to die because LeBron didn't do an All-Star game. But
how does it help grow the sport?
Do you think we would have the same nostalgia for the 88 dunk contest if Otis Smith was the guy that we were talking about in that game, in that dunk contest? No, as kids, it was great. Like, oh my gosh, like, damn, the shoes and all this. Do we have a poster of Otis Smith trying to dunk on our room? No, we got a poster of Michael Jordan.
Do you have a poster of Otis Smith? I don't have any.
No.
People don't do that anymore, though.
No, so part of that, like, it's the way it was consumed by you and me and the dope ones and basketball fans our age. We were probably consuming that dunk contest on VHS. I have zero recollection of seeing that dunk contest live, and I'm very, very confident I didn't.
So let me ask you a question real quick, and maybe this is different. I got a 10-year-old. I coach 10 and 11-year-olds all the time. If I said, hey, you guys want to watch the dunk contest? Jericho Sims is in it. They'd be like, whatever. Who cares? If I said, hey, you guys want to watch the dunk contest? Zion is in it. You think they're going to have the same reaction? Oh, John, they're not. They're going to be more excited. They're going to look forward to it.
Yeah,
and that's what this is all about.
Sure, but it's the star power, but I don't think it adds to the growth of the game. Because we'll stick with your first scenario. Hey, you guys want to come watch the dunk contest? Jericho Sims in it. Nah, it's cool. I'm going to watch this first half highlight reel that House of Highlights just put out of Ja's dunks. Or De'Aaron Fox dipping on somebody every game, which he all of a sudden does now. I'm going to watch these dunks.
Yeah, if Jericho Sims is in it. If Ja's in it, you're going to watch the actual event.
They're consuming the NBA either way was my point.
But the NBA...
Because we consume the NBA differently than we did in 1988.
I understand. I understand how it is. I'm the fan that I enjoy All-Star Saturday night, and I enjoy the NBA All-Star game. Regardless, I don't enjoy the game because I don't like how it's played. But I'm gonna watch. Like, they're not worried about me because I'm gonna be there regardless. I enjoy it for what it is. All I'm saying, I think all the other people are saying is it could be a better product.
Oh, there's no question it could be better.
I think that's all we're saying. We were talking for an hour.
But it's not
a better product.
But it's not. It can be. But if it's not, then just go away from it. Instead of bitching and complaining about it. Just go. Go do something else. Go to House of Highlights. Go watch something else. But complaining that these guys aren't trying to bust ass in a exhibition game is something I don't understand. People talk about the 3-point contest. Why do all the stars do the 3-point contest? Because all they're doing is getting up shots. They'd probably be doing that anyways. That's not what the dunk contest is. Dame Lillard looking at it, shoot, I don't have to go to the gym this morning. I can just go win the 3-point contest. It's not even it's not even remotely close to the same thing. That's why you see guys like Dame Lillard doing it, or you see great 3-pointers or stars, if you will, doing the 3-point contest because they're just going out there getting shots up.
And that's where, with the dunk contest, that's where I disagree. Like, these guys are doing the same thing in practice. We're talking about Max McClung have 4 dunks. 4 dunks. Shaedon Sharpe can't get the Portland Trailblazers to the playoffs because of 4 dunks.
Now you're working. Now you're using like a Marvin Bagley, I'm going to help my team win go to the playoffs, so I'm not going to USA excuse. Like, that's not what I said.
I'm not saying you said that,
thing.
but you're talking about the dunk contest, like, hey, they can do the 3-point contest because they be doing that at practice anyway. They probably do 4 dunks at practice off to the side too.
Not that are getting judged against other people.
No. What's the difference?
Well, you go out there. Kevin Huerter made like 2 shots on Saturday night. Kevin Huerter is still a 40% 3-point shooter. That doesn't change. But LeBron James enters a dunk contest and loses. That's 4 weeks of think pieces.
Now we've gotten to the crux of it all.
Ja Morant gets in there and loses.
They're scared. Now we've gotten to the heart of it all. They're scared to compete in that realm.
They have more to lose than Matthew McClung does. Matthew McClung's got nothing to lose. Ja Morant has something to lose going out there.
They're scared.
That's my opinion. That's not you're gonna have to call your boy Ja and ask him if that's true.
I agree with you. I think they're scared of what could happen if they don't win. Which goes,
by the way, no one looked down at Dominique.
The hell no. I wouldn't look down at none of them. I wouldn't look down if Ja entered with Zion and he lost, or Zion lost or whatever. Zion's still one of the great dunkers I've ever seen. That's what they don't get, though, in my opinion. I think they're afraid to lose or to miss a dunk, to have 4 dunks that they miss, which all ties into everything, man. Like, I don't know, man. I don't see. They're not as competitive, in my opinion. They're not as competitive about everything. They're competitive in April when it comes to the playoffs. I'm not taking that away from them, but they're not competitive in everything consistently. And that's just the way it is. They're not less of men or less. I'm not saying nothing to that. That's what it is. They're not competitive like that, in my opinion.
Interesting. I feel like this whole conversation is an interesting look into people's thinking. Anthony Edwards had an interesting line. He said, I should actually pull up the clip. I'll pull up the clip during the commercial break, so we don't misinterpret his words.
Straight cleanup, aisle 6.
But
one of his classics.
He thinks load management is garbage. And I thought that was interesting, coming from a 22-year-old. I thought it was interesting coming from a player who hasn't, because load management was a stunningly active conversation this weekend, which I was really like. Adam Silver was being asked about it by Sage Steele, who I can't believe still has a job at ESPN. Jeez. But it's like, wait, wow, this is a discussion. Okay. I'm not sure how or why, but it was. So we'll come back. You'll hear what Anthony Edwards said, and I'm sure this will spark another interesting discussion where everybody can go, oh, KC is so right. It should be like it was in 1988. Those were the good old days of basketball. Yay. Bring back that stuff, KC. You're so good.
I remember.
You're so good.
I remember I became an NBA
Go
fan.
KC.
I became an NBA fan. When
I don't want an Otis Smith poster.
When I saw Otis Smith not dribble and try to do a reverse dunk, that changed my life. To hell with Dominique and Jordan. That changed my life with Otis Smith.
There's no other way to consume NBA, and people wouldn't know who Michael Jordan was if it wasn't for the 1988 dunk contest. Apparently we might as well just call what's our show called now? Mad Dog and whatever. They're just 1980s radio here on ESPN 1320. Oh, still love my murder. Fuck y'all. Y'all can kiss my ass. Fuck every one of y'all sitting here juggling Kenny's balls. Just juggling them. Get some fucking baby oil for him. Yay, KC. Round of applause. Y'all can kiss my ass. Give me everything we got back in the 80s. We love it so much. Never change. God, I'm going to go watch Come Fly With Me right now. I love Michael Jordan's Playground. Y'all are clowns. I hate every one of you.
I was telling Charlie we should have just took another day today.
What did you say?
I said I was telling Charlie we should have just took another day today.
For sure. Here goes. I think his name was Brian from Last Chance U. He's on Cal Poly. They stink too, but they might beat UC Irvine. You guys in the chat, shut your mouths. I think this happened on Monday, so shut your mouth. I'm talking to you, John Poles and
there's only
Ramsey.
like 4 people who know the results of that game.
I talked to 2 of them. I told them to shut the hell up.
Ramsey's definitely one of them.
And that's kind of past. You can't no spoilers 2 days after a game has happened.
Well, they don't. There's nothing for them to talk about here. They can be quiet. They're not going to add to the conversation by telling us what happened between Cal Poly and UC Irvine.
They probably wouldn't even know you were watching it.
They wouldn't, but I saw Brian and I was like, oh, they're going to do from
UC Irvine parents don't even watch that.
So what is Last Chance U if that kid's in college?
It's like a year ago. The Last Chance U is junior college. So
okay. I got you.
It's not live, it's not like Hard Knocks. I think when we see it, like when they come out with the next one, it's going to be what happened this year. So by the time they come out with the next one, everybody's fate will already be decided.
Got it.
Yeah.
What day is today?
The 22nd. Happy birthday, Auntie Wanda. Air horns for Auntie Wanda. Happy birthday.
Is Snowfall back tonight? Do we know?
Wednesday.
I don't know.
Chad, if you can help
tonight. Y'all know?
The kids' parents don't even know.
Yeah. Tonight.
I'm scared about that last season. That's coming.
It was a little
yeah, last season's got me scared for this season.
It was a little wild.
I gotta get all the way in. I started watching Snowfall, and
that's a good show, man.
It just didn't happen. I loved what I saw so far, though. Just excuse me, you know me in shows, you know how that goes. Tyler, you said they lost. Well, it's quite possibly they did. They're 1-15 in league as this game is going on, so I wouldn't expect them to be. I think Irvine's probably first in league in the Big West.
You got a Bakersfield update?
No, they were on the other day though, against Hawaii.
TV/ESPN 1320 YouTube.com/ESPN.
Jesse, I just got that update. Bakersfield 10-16 on the season, 6-9 in the conference. So struggling
Wow.
as we give you your Big West updates along with your Big Sky updates here on ESPN 1320. Shout out to the Hornets. Won on senior night. Big ups.
Indeed, they did. Thank goodness.
The men's team.
Yeah, thank goodness. I was worried about
We needed
them.
that one.
Yeah, we indeed we did. I don't know the sound quality on this from Ant-Man, but let's run it here real quick and see how it comes across from our man Anthony Edwards here talking about load management in the NBA.
If there's anything I could change about the league to make it better, probably just all the guys sitting resting. That's the only thing I probably don't like. Just play, man. If you 80%, you got to play. I don't like all the sitting, missing games and stuff. Like these people might have enough money to come to one game. You know what I'm saying? And that might be the game they come to, and then you sitting out. You know what I'm saying? So I take pride in trying to play every game because I don't know. It might be one fan that has never seen me play, and I'm trying to play. So that's the only thing I don't like. Guys just sitting out.
So there's Anthony Edwards right there. We'll get to that. Let's get to our man Kamara first. 916-909-1320. Kamara, what's happening, baby?
Hey, man, let me ask you, B. If in the MLB, during the home run contest, and these batters and you guys say, you know what? I don't want to participate in a home run contest because I'm trying to make sure that my guys are going to be ready for the pennant. What do you think the response would be?
Well, they do that though, Kamara, and it's a little different because their argument is that would affect my swing, and I don't want to get into this home run swing or whatever. Like, I don't know how true it is that actually happens, but that's what happens in a home run derby. Some guys were like, no, I don't want to do it because now I'll have this home run swing that I don't want to carry into the second half of the season, so they bow out of it.
But for the most part, the top home run hitters in the league tend to participate in the home run contest. Am I right about that?
No,
Yeah, but just to be clear, no NBA player that I'm aware of has ever said, I'm not doing the dunk contest or any of these all-star things because I'm focused on making the playoffs.
Well,
did someone say that?
Shaden
said that?
Shaden said that's why he got out of it. He said, I want to focus on getting Portland to the playoffs.
Oh, that's right. He did say that. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Bro, you've been in the league 2 months. Stop it. I forgot. I completely forgot he said that. That's wild. Sorry, Kamara. Go ahead.
Here's the thing, though. What we're talking about is a showcase for the league. And these players are missing the point that that's part of their job. It's to showcase the league. And when you got guys who are literally, first of all, they're not even giving no effort in an all-star game. And in sitting there in a post press conference talking about, pay us more in a fur coat, talking about pay us more so we can actually participate. And you got guys not even participating in a dunk test. You got to get people from the G League to participate. I mean, that is a bad promotion for the product. That is not, and so these guys think that, yes, you're right. Michael Jeffrey Jordan was always going to be known. He was always going to be famous. But he understood that participating in something like that only enhanced the profile. Kobe understood participating in something like that only enhanced the profile. I don't understand the disconnect that these guys are having, that increasing the profile of the NBA increases their actual profitability.
The NBA is struggling, man. I'm not sure if it's gonna make it, to be honest with you. NBA is hurting.
Well, no, it's not.
This could be it. This could be the final year. Y'all enjoy it. This could be it. This could be the end of the NBA. They need to strengthen that profile. That's why Kobe Bryant did it when he was a rookie, was to strengthen the profile of the NBA. That's definitely why he did it. And comparing something to Michael Jordan in 1988 versus 2023, yeah, man, you're right. You guys are right. These guys got to strengthen the league. So there is a league, in 2024. Just, it might not be around. There's no talk of the salary cap skyrocketing during the next collective bargaining agreement because of television deals. But no. You guys are right. Got to strengthen that brand.
Well, that goes into
strengthen it.
To what Kamara is saying. They don't have to. They don't have to. Everybody's eating right now. Everybody's eating. So if it's not about if it's not about the dollar, like, why would I do it? Which is
I can't believe we're still talking about this, to be honest with you.
I mean, that's what the people wanted to hear. Kamara wanted to talk about it.
I'll just be. I've got nothing. So whatever else you've got to add on the All-Star game, I've got nothing. I had 10 minutes on this, not an hour and 10. I don't know what else to say about this. We just don't agree. The league is not in the same place that it was in 1988. Michael Jordan absolutely added value to the league by doing that dunk contest in 1988. He added dunk value. He added value to the Jordan brand by doing that dunk contest, because that iconic shot you talk about, what's he wearing in him? He's wearing those iconic threes in those. And everybody who wanted a pair of threes, me included, who couldn't afford them when they were younger, wanted them because of that poster. I get that. That might help get the league to where it's at, to where, like, yeah, if a G leaguer wants to do it and double his income for the year, yo, let him do it. To me, that's a better story than Ja Morant going out there and winning $100,000 that he could go do whatever with. Whereas Mac McClung, just his taxes just changed. Like, his taxes are completely different now. Yeah. And maybe he'll get a shot. Maybe he'll get brought back next year. Maybe he'll get a shot in the league, man. I don't know. But it's the evolution of the league to where they're just in a different position. I just don't buy the grow the brand, because I don't think this is how the brand is going to grow. I agree with you that it did. I don't believe that. I don't think Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon grew the brand with that great dunk contest. It was a great dunk contest. It was for show. That's all it was.
Yeah, I don't look at the brand like the brand as skyrocket. You can always try to grow the brand even more. I understand that, but I don't think it's not in dire states because they didn't do the dunk contest. I look at it more as like, man, we out here, we're gonna compete. Like, let's compete. I guess that's really what it is. And
they think like that anymore.
They don't.
I don't know why. I have no idea why. I just don't think they do.
Which goes to the other subject when you played Anthony Edwards and the sound that he just talked about. And go ahead and tell me what you think about that, because I know you alluded to the fact that it's kind of easy for him to say that right now.
Yeah. In first with Anthony Edwards, people really bring up if a fan only gets the opportunity to go to one game. Like, I try to remove myself, because I'm not a consumer of this, and I try not to take that for granted. I rarely have to pay to go to basketball games, and that is where, like, I can't relate to that person. But trying to look at it from a perspective of, I'm not going to be a media person who piles on these guys for sitting out. I think Anthony Edwards, who we're both huge fans of, it's tough for me to look at him and go, like, all right, Brody, like, you're 22. How many years you been in the league? All right, we'll see. When the weight of your team is on your shoulders through May and June, then we'll see if you feel the same. We'll see if you feel the same about a Wednesday night game in January. I understand his point, and I think it's completely valid. I just also think you've you got to be aware that your body's telling you one thing that it's not going to be telling you in 5 years. Your body's going to feel very different in 5 years. And if you still feel the same way, yo, let it rock. Let Anthony Edwards be the poster child for dudes who play all year, and not the guy who was showcased on NBA television all freaking weekend who used to play for the Jazz.
Jesus.
You talk about missing the boat on something. Oh, my God, I can't believe the NBA was so short-sighted to do that.
My goodness. The thing that I would say about that is, you talk about 5 years, 27 years old. We ain't talking about 35-year-olds, 27 years old, the prime of your physical prime of your life. Like,
yeah, he's gonna have a lot of basketball legs on him too, though. Like, basketball legs are different.
But this is what we talked about. I think when Jason was on here, like, we always talk about, they played a lot of basketball, playing AU, all this other stuff. We played a lot of basketball too, on worse surfaces. The whole notion of don't come home until the street lights are on. Yeah, we was out running around playing basketball, jumping. So, like, basketball, it's still is it any less basketball because it was on the asphalt and they're playing in a tournament in Rockland?
Well,
like, it's still basketball. No, it's the best. Is it less basketball? We out there playing pickup games. We're at Reichman Park playing on asphalt for 5 hours straight, and Reese is playing at
but the difference,
Hardwood Palace on a Saturday, 2 games. Like, what's there's no difference. They still hooping, right?
No, but the difference might be Whereas, and I don't want to mess up your analogy. So if we're talking adult Kenny Caraway or 18-year-old Kenny Caraway, the difference would be Reese got to do it again the next day. He's got to go to practice and do it again the next day, and then get ready for a game the day after that, and then do it the next day and get ready for the game after that. And so it's constant. It's the complaint that a lot of trainers make, like athletic trainers make. We've talked about this before, is the one sport specific, where you don't teach your muscles to do other things. It's just they're trained to do one thing over and over and over and over again. Well, yeah, like the constant nonstop. Like if you're on the court for 5 hours at the park, yeah, you don't have to play tomorrow.
We play basketball every day.
See, but like
every.
But now you're talking
day.
about somebody doing it for, like, are you talking about? I'm not sure what. Are you talking about somebody doing it for fun, or somebody who's doing this for life?
But once again, if
like as a competitive
yeah,
sport to take them somewhere.
Competitive.
No, I'm not asking
day.
if you're competitive. I'm saying as a sport that you're looking to take you somewhere. Like if Reese he's doing that because he's going to get mom and dad a Division I scholarship. He's going to go off and he's going to play somewhere. Like that's headed towards something. Like he can't miss practice and he can't miss games. But if you're playing at the park, like, are we really talking about the same thing?
Hell yeah.
Like you
the
want
games that we played in, hell yeah. It wasn't like we're not getting a scholarship from there, but you couldn't tell us that's not what, like the level of intensity of those games, the level of physicality in those games over and over.
So you think it's the same
years.
thing?
I think it's,
you think basketball is
the same thing.
Basketball is basketball.
The only difference that I see is them not playing other sports. I don't think they play more I don't want to say sanctioned is the word, but this is a structured, we're keeping score. This is a tournament where there's a champion, and they do more of that. They don't play any more basketball than we played.
Okay.
We played every single day from like 1 p.m. till 6 p.m.
To school?
On the weekends.
Oh.
We would do that. At school. We play at school. We'd play after school. Like we played basketball every single day. So like we got miles on us too. Now, with one thing with this whole thing is science has gotten better. We learn more about our bodies. Just because we did it back then doesn't mean like it was good for us. Maybe, the Kobe's or anybody else like that shaved years off their career because they played so much. You know what I mean? So maybe these guys that got trainers like, hey, maybe you shouldn't play every single day. You need a rest day, and that's going to allow you to play another 3 years or something like that. I'm not disputing that. Even during the season, hey, 82 games, that's a lot. I don't know if you should do it because, you're going to get worn down and you'll be out of the league by 34. When if you do it this way, you could play till you're 37. Like, I get that. But, like, Ant-Man's right in this one. He's right. What's the difference between the way that these guys play and the way Jordan in the 90s played? Those guys. All those guys played through. There wasn't no load management back then.
I don't think there is a difference. Basketball is basketball. That's literally the point I think you just made.
So why could they play and these guys couldn't?
Jordan play. How many years did Jordan play?
I don't know, 14 or something like that.
And
he played 4 years of college. These guys aren't playing 3 years of college. They're not playing 3 years of college.
And how many competitive years of AAU travel basketball did he play?
No, he was.
But the point I'm making,
was out on that dirt grass field playing with Larry.
No, I don't think that's. I don't think he was playing with. Larry, his brother. Yeah, like I don't.
He did that till the sun went down every day.
I guess the theme of today's show. Let's just revoke everything back to the way it used to be.
No, I'm asking a question. Like, why could they do it and these guys can't?
Well, the point I was making, asking how, like, the one thing we just love to not acknowledge. Jordan absolutely did that. So did dude who was being honored all weekend. He did that too. Jordan quit twice. Like, let's not forget that part. Like, Jordan literally just stopped playing basketball completely. And we could talk about baseball. We could talk about his dad. We could talk about all this. He was able to mentally refocus and come back and have one of the greatest stretches, if not the greatest stretch of basketball we've ever seen. Then he quit again. and then was like, you know what? I still love basketball. I'm going to come back and play. And no one will hold it against me. In 20 years, they're going to pretend like I didn't play for the Washington Wizards and that my last shot was, in fact, against Utah. But it's cool. I'm going to go out and I'm going to play really well for someone who's like 37, 38, 39. But the fact is, you combine all of that. What'd you say, 14 years?
That's just, I'm not exaggerating.
How many years? Like Patrick Ewing ended his career, like the Sonics, the Magic, playing for like multiple different teams because his career wound down. These guys are looking for ways to extend their careers. You talk about LeBron being a leader. You talk about Kobe being a leader. Kobe was trying to do what LeBron is doing now, but he had snaps and tears along the way where it just became clear, I can't do this anymore. But he was setting the tone of taking care of his body and trying to elongate his career an extra however many years. That's what LeBron James is doing. The load management thing, I'm still trying to figure out where this started. Like, I remember the famous DNP from Greg Popovich.
Yeah.
And Greg Popovich pulling all of his guys. I don't even think Greg Popovich sent his guys to a TNT game one night.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that being kind of the spark of the discussion. But I know Kawhi Leonard gets a lot of flack for it. Kawhi's trying to manage injuries. And so far, he seems to have done it really, really effectively.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
but
ultimately, but
he gets teased all the time for playing 40 games in a season.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. If he's averaging 16 points in November and he averaged 20 something in December and now he's averaging like 28. Yeah. If I'm the Clippers, I'll take that. You played a couple of games, then you missed a couple. Now we've determined he's on like a cycle of every 5 games. Mm-hmm. He's off. If that gives me this Kawhi Leonard, yeah, I'll take that. I'll happily take that.
I just, I guess the whole argument, and like I want these guys to be as healthy as they can. I want them to make as much money as they can and play for as long as they can. So if this helps them do that completely, my whole thing was like it's not like people before you weren't able to play 78 to 82
But I also
games.
like who exactly are we talking about?
We're talking about a lot of the stars.
No.
We got Jordan and he took his year off. But Charles played.
My apologies.
Hakeem.
I'm talking about now. Who are we talking about? Because
I mean, Ja took a couple nights when he came to Sacramento last. Oh yeah, I'm out tonight, not playing. And then I think he played the next night in Golden State or 2 nights later in Golden. Like he wasn't, as far as we knew. Maybe they, knew things that we didn't. That's a possibility. But he wasn't hurt, so to speak. He just didn't play. And he geared up to play Golden State on ESPN the following Wednesday.
I mean, okay, I feel like we can point at guy here, just so people don't think I'm playing favorites. I'll name 2 guys who at least attempted to play every night. One, y'all hate him, and that's Russell Westbrook.
I don't hate him.
He played every night and busted his ass.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is James Harden. James Harden always wanted to play.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those are 2 stars. I mean, does Giannis load manage?
Yeah.
He does?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know to what extent. Like, I don't know if he's on the Kawhi plan, but Giannis will have games where he doesn't play. What game was that recently?
I know he missed one recently, but I didn't know if that was the NP rest or I think something's going on here.
Yeah.
He's played 47 games this season.
Giannis has?
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're probably around 60 games or so. Maybe 55. Let's just say 55 to be safe.
Take a quick look. He missed 3 games in a 4-game stretch. My God, he kind of is on a Kawhi plan. I mean, he's got his is more of like every 6. Then he has a stretch in. He had to have been hurt where he actually missed a ton of days in January, and then he hasn't missed a game since January 23rd.
He's going to miss some with injury coming up. Yeah, and I think we're all in agreement. It should be a 70 game season or something like that. Like the season's a little too long. But I also believe that when people talk about that, I don't think that'll change the culture of what's going on. If the season is 70 games, then these guys will find a way to play 60. Like
Yeah, that I kind of agree with that, which is why it's like if you're gonna do that, don't shorten the season.
right, which goes into what I think Ant is getting at. It's a culture, it's a mentality. It's not because the season's too long.
So I'm not gonna say anything nice about that dude from Utah, but I'll say this for the argument. Ruling out the last Lakers season, the 98-99 strike shortened season, he played 80 plus games every year for, take those two away, 16 seasons. That's a lot of basketball.
Them dudes, and I'm not, seriously, I'm not trying to, denigrate these guys today. I love watching these guys play or whatever, but those guys back then, they played every night. And I was watching the game. Over the weekend, and I talked to my cousin Ace about these things all the time. He just fell off a cliff. Patrick's off a cliff.
Yeah, his is really tough.
He's also 7 feet though. He's like 7'1", so he probably played.
I feel like everyone in the damn league is 7 feet now.
Right, he probably played longer than consistently longer than he probably
he did play 79 games at 38 years old, but that's surrounded by a bunch of.
He broke his wrist on one of the year they made the Knicks made the finals. He broke his wrist. But I was watching the game, and like I said, Ace always talks about. He's like, "Oh man, the league is soft," and you hear that all the time, right? League is soft. They played more physical back in the day, and I'm like, you guys got to stop disrespecting these dudes nowadays. Like they play a physical.
Now you sound like
basketball.
JJ and Dominique Wilkins. I thought Dominique was way out of pocket.
I didn't see that.
He basically again, why in 2023 Mad Dog, whatever is on television is something I don't know. But I guess the new shtick is for him to debate
with
JJ, old versus new, and it was Larry Bird's the greatest 3-point shooter ever, not Steph Curry, and guys of this era are soft. And JJ was like, I think you're romanticizing the physicality of basketball back then. Like basketball is still a very physical game. That's what JJ said. And because I read Dominique first and was like, yo, what did JJ say that made Nick go at him like this? Dominique called him an idiot, said he was stupid, and it's like
that's not
wait, like JJ didn't like JJ just said you're undervaluing how physical the game is now. Like the game is still really physical. And again, you can isolate anything. We can isolate Giannis or Kawhi and have these load management conversations. When people talk about the physicality of basketball back then, you're talking about mostly like you'll bring up the clothesline, you'll bring up the Pistons, and then you'll bring up the Pat Riley, Knicks and Heat teams. But pull up a random game from 1994, and you're not seeing an overly physical contest. We pulled up random game from 1980.
80 is now that's something completely different. That is a whole nother.
We pulled up that game. It was like, oh Lord!
But I bring that
look
up.
like the All-Star game this weekend.
Really, I bring that up because I was watching. Now this was an NBA Finals game, so the intensity might have been ratcheted up. It was pretty physical. It was 97. Maybe it was 98. It doesn't matter. Bulls Jazz. And I was just watching because I wanted to see like what the game was like. Super low scoring. Like it was like in the 40s or 50s in the third quarter. But I also didn't think it was like sometimes when I watch the 80s, I think it's low scoring or the skill level looks different. I didn't think this skill level looked drastically different. It was the way they were playing the game. Everybody was walking it up, weren't as many threes or whatever, but off the ball, it was pretty physical. And the only thing I thought about was like Ja and Trae Young, because the Bulls were beating the hell out of Jeff Hornacek and John Stockton.
Mhm.
There was a play when Pippen, they were like kind of battling under the boards or whatever. Pippen just, back elbow to Stockton's head. No call. I don't know if they didn't see it or whatever. Stockton got in his face. They both got a technical for that. But they would try to get Stockton on these switches. They put that shoulder in his chest in the post. And I'm like, not saying they're not good, not saying they wouldn't adjust, because I believe they would all adjust to games like this. But Trae Young and John Morant don't have to deal with this. They don't have to deal with this today. And that's all I'm saying. I think they're great. I think they're tough individuals. I think they're a product of the culture they play in now. So if they were transported in that day, they would adjust because they're great. But there is a different level, a different type of physicality that goes on today than back then.
So I'll ask you a question and ask you to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody can think about this. Like, how and why did it change? We'll come back. Update on Derek Carr, I guess. Derek Carr is bugging.
Tripping.
I don't think Derek Carr recognizes what's in front of him. And I want to today was supposed to be the day Brock Purdy had surgery.
No.
It was not.
Yeah. I got bad vibes about that. I got bad vibes about Brock.
Talk about it. James Ham, top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, it's like the least Kings we've ever talked about.
I know.
I didn't hear him. What did he say?
He said, "We telling you should have took another day off." Oh no, that can't be there. Sorry, Beam. You got to go. Thirteenth round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. You know the vibes. Those my people over there. Shout out Ryan. Shout out Jovan the Plug. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to the dope ones. Always showing love. And shout out to my girl Cola and Cola Sea Moss. Love this stuff right here. This one right here, this is strawberry lime. This is my favorite. I like the pineapple one too, but this sea moss goes hard. Check this out. Holla at my girl Cola Sea Moss. You know what it is. We got good news over the weekend in the world of boxing, where it came out that Jamal Charlo is looking to come back and enter the boxing world once again. Once looked at as one of the top pound for pound fighters in the world. He hasn't fought in it's gonna end up being like a year plus. You know what I mean? He has fought. I guess there was some things going on with Jamal. Hopefully everything's all right. It's not really my place, since it's not really out there to talk about what's going on in his personal life, but it seemed like, he was dealing with some things. He's coming back. He's in that 168 division. We'd love to see Jamal go up against Canelo. We'd love Jamal to go up against David Benavidez, Caleb Plant, Demetrius Andrade if he comes down. There's fights for him to be had at that weight class. Or excuse me, he at the 160. We like to see him possibly move up and face those guys in 168. But there's fights in 160 we love to see him have too. The biggest news is he's coming back. And it seems as if on the same fight card, Jaron Boots Ennis is going to be in that card as well. And Jaron, you guys already know how I feel about Boots. This guy is a star. He is a rising star in the world of boxing. I think at some point in time, he's going to be the pound for pound #1 fighter in the world. He's just going to take him a little time to get there and fight through all the politics and all this other stuff. But Boots is going to be on that card too. Biggest thing is Jamal's coming back. I like to see him back in the fold. I want to see what he has in the tank still, and if he can recapture that magic that made him one of the top fighters in the world. Welcome back, Jamal. We'll see you soon. That's the 13th round. Oh, no. Oh, no. Stanley. He just want to talk. He just want to talk, huh?
You said Benavides Plant. That's in April too, right?
That's at the end of March, actually.
Got it.
That's some great stuff. Great stuff. I don't know, man. Maybe we'll get some music, man. Y'all calling for some music. Got to figure something out.
We can. I just have to play it from
Hey, there he is.
from Damian's.
What's up, big dog? Not much, man. Bring it in, man. Bring it in. Another day, another dollar. Y'all see James Ham in the building? I forgot, but Fight Night's phenomenal. Jesse, did you see they have a boxing game out on PC?
I saw that Chad Johnson was playing it. He had Ryan Garcia on there.
It looks dope. I can't believe. I guess when those things happen, they're like 3 years away from being on
Yeah.
the system. It's like, come on, man. 3 years?
It's a travesty that Fight Night's not out.
It really is. That might be one of the biggest video games, sports video games out if they were to have it. Fight Night would be phenomenal. So much.
You think Fight Night would help grow boxing?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I need to see the correlation to when Fight Night was done and when boxing started to go trash.
It could be the case. Could be the case. Yeah, Fight Night would be huge in boxing because it's a fighting game. People would just, I'm gonna fight with this guy. Oh, here we go. Back here on Old Man in the Three. Here.
Ain't no lie. Old man show ever.
Hey, man, it's some good stuff, man. I love it. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed our talk.
I'm divorcing the chatty house. I'm done with their asses today. I want a new chatty
I've enjoyed our
house.
talks today,
Of
man.
course you have. We love Kenny. You're so right, Kenny. They're soft.
We're literally like 4 days away from them trying to flame me for my Tiger take.
That's true. And then it continued on social media, and I was like, nope.
Oh, and then people, people was like, chill. You see who's on my side though?
I did. That don't help.
I'm not gonna lie. I posted that golf clip and I felt bad for Kenny because of all the heat he was still getting on Twitter. I was like, I might have messed up while posting that one.
People were still they don't get what I was saying, bro. They don't get what I was saying. They'll be like, he grew golf. That's not my point. It's not my point at all.
Well, that's why we have a radio show, and you get 4 hours to talk about that stuff, and they just get to bark at you on Twitter. When I saw Ken Rudolph sign off on a Saturday morning, I was like, I'm leaving. I don't want any part of Twitter ever. As we can bring some levity, we could calm this show down for the first time in 2 hours and bring our good buddy James Ham in, fresh from King's practice. Hammer, what's happening?
Oh, not a whole lot. You guys coming in hot today? What's going on?
We just different thoughts on the All-Star game and
Monica
All-Star weekend.
It's just one of them days.
Now you guys see why I didn't waste my money and go.
Yeah, but like we know what it is. Like everybody knows
Yeah.
what it is, and to be upset about what it is or demand that it be different, it's probably just barking up the wrong tree. Like I don't know what the the new ending is fun, like, but it didn't appear like. So what I was gonna add, like, so the whole game was nonsense. Mm-hmm. We all agree on that. There's no question about that. But they were goofing around to an even higher degree at the end, trying to hit half-court shots for the win. Meanwhile, I don't remember what team LeBron was cutting it. Like they were cutting into the league. Like if it had would that have made it more exciting if like they had tied the game, or like would it then all of a sudden, if the ending was great, would that have masked the nastiness of the game?
I think that's always the deodorant to the All-Star game. And that's what they try with the Elam ending. They try to, as much as they can, like move it into a way where they think they can always have a competitive ending, because that's when those guys will play. That's when we'll see as close as we can to those great guys playing a real basketball game. In that particular case, I don't know if it would happen, because that wasn't a great ending. That was just guys messing around, and the other guys were making layups while they were messing around for 7 straight possessions, and it got close. So that's not the the same exact thing. But I think that's why I love the Elam ending, and I think that's why they incorporated it. They're always trying to find a way to get to a point where, in the end, these guys, the game's close enough where these guys will play. Because I think that's always, even in the terribleness of the last decade of All-Star games, there is the unwritten rule that they follow by, or if it's close, we'll play. We'll play to some degree. It doesn't have to be Game 7 of the NBA Finals, but if it's close in the fourth, we'll play.
Mhm.
And that's where the league is trying to orchestrate, where how do we make it where it'll always be somewhat close? So
I get it. I think De'Aaron Fox's approach was probably the best approach out of anyone there. Like, he's like, okay, this isn't basketball. What am I doing here? That's what it felt like. It's like, I'm not going to go out there. I'm not going to get hurt. I'm not going to do something silly that costs my team the potential to go to the playoffs. I'm good. Like, he missed a dunk. Who cares? Like, that's it. And I think, you had some guys out there stat hunting, and he's like, okay, that's not what I'm going to do here. I'm not going to stat hunt. And, the building wasn't even full. They didn't even sell it out. So, like, to me, it was about as big a disaster an All-Star weekend as you could possibly have. And
Yeah, not to
outside
be
of someone getting hurt.
Not to be funny, maybe the part of the problem was Utah.
yeah, the location.
Like
People weren't flying into Utah.
Yeah, like there's a certain level of like travel. There's a certain level of people you want to travel to this. We willingly were just like, hey, we'll get you in this gift. Nah, like, we're cool. We don't really want to go.
Mhm.
And like, that's part of it. And the NBA has to recognize part of that. Like, they haven't been to Salt Lake City in 30 years. They didn't need to be there.
Mm.
It doesn't need to be like the Super Bowl where you cycle between, 4 destinations or 5 destinations or however many, but you do need to be mindful. It's like what we were talking about earlier. Is this a live event for people to travel to, and that's who you're catering to, or is it a television event? Because if it's a television event, you're going to have to fix that product we saw.
Mhm.
If it's a live event, then you better go somewhere where people will travel to. And
Mhm.
all of your Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday events are sold out, because that's where your money is coming from.
And well, I also think it's always going to be a television event first, because that's, even if you have people traveling, more of your consumers are going to be on TV. So it's always going to be a television product.
But what
number one.
what do you guys think about Sacramento then? Because this isn't a destination. This isn't a place where people are going to flock to because, it's in Sacramento. So, like, I think that it is good that they go around and they let every city that possibly can, host a game, like, represent. But
It was like 70
I
degrees
think-
on Sunday. That's part of the selling point.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it.
I know it's 40 degrees today, but
yeah.
um
But you also have, like, the talk of Milwaukee coming up. Like, NBA circles, very few people want to go to Milwaukee at all. You talk about Indiana. Again, the building is cool, but very few people want to go to Indiana to go watch a game. So, like, where do we have it? Do we just have it in New York City? When I went, it was like -17 and the coldest I've ever been in my entire life.
LA
Or
better can.
Toronto, like the 2 years later. Or do you just go to New Orleans every year and have a good time down there? I mean, like, I think it's kind of stuck. They're kind of stuck with the product that they have. They got to figure out a way to make it more competitive, where you do 3-on-3 or you do like smaller games or something. You have to make it a round robin tournament or something. But what we saw, like, on Sunday was, I mean, it's just such a poor showing of what your product is.
But it's not going to
I
change
just-
unless they change, the players. They
You know,
can
the
do
most
3-on-3. They can do they 1-on-1. It don't matter. Like, if they don't change, it's not going to change, and that's whatever, right? Like, I'm not
mark that down. If they don't change, it's not going to change. That's a
Well, look, the
That's
most
a good
exciting
one.
thing about the entire weekend was a G League player winning the slam dunk contest. He's not even in the league. I mean, he's a two-way at McClung, but, like, that was the most exciting thing about the entire weekend. Outside of that, pretty bad.
yeah, it
So,
wasn't good.
no, not
It
good.
wasn't good.
Yeah.
I was-
I enjoyed All-Star Weekend. So
It doesn't bother
like
me.
I enjoyed how it is, and I think, Damian, one of the things hour and a half later that maybe got lost in what I was saying was, like, it doesn't have to be better. There's a difference between saying it has to be better and wishing it was better. I wish it was different. Like, I wish the game was different. It doesn't have to be different for me to tune in or for me to enjoy it. Maybe for other people, there's like, maybe that's, people with the outrage, like they're outraged that it was like, I'm not outraged that the game was what it was. I wish it was better. I wish it was a better game. I wish they competed more, but they didn't. That's what it is. I'm going to watch next year in Indianapolis. I'm going to enjoy All-Star Weekend, whether I'm there or on TV or whatever the case may be.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say none of the three of us are going to Indianapolis for All-Star Weekend.
Yeah, probably not.
So
don't need to go experience the Skywalk ourselves.
One of the things about that, though, is, and this would be the argument for going to Utah, Salt Lake City, is I think about this a lot with like 49ers games. Why else would I ever go to Indianapolis? And I like to travel. I like to travel. I like to see different cities. I would never just go on my own. So if I'm going to go, it would be like, All-Star game, or the Niners are playing there. Like, I'd have a reason to go. But if it was just, no Joakim Noah, but I'm not going to go spend my vacation in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
So that would be the only reason why I would consider. Like, if they're like, hey, you guys can go if you want to. All right, well, I'll think about it.
Yeah, one of my bigger concerns was just a lack of energy. Like, there was no energy there. And, like I talked to, guys who went today and yesterday at Kings practice, and like, they weren't even playing for a sellout crowd. There wasn't even an engagement level really to what you're seeing. And I mean, it's what separates it. Like, when you cover the Sacramento Kings and things are even the slightest bit good, the fans are crazy. They're amazing. And that's something that I think All-Star Weekend could really use.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Sacramento gets passed over because of like sheer number of hotel rooms, whatever. Fox stayed 40 minutes away from the arena.
Yeah, and there was out there live shot at the Radisson. Come on, man. When I saw the Radisson, I said, come on, man, I don't want to hear that no more.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that. They're at the Radisson.
We got one of those.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you guys have been to Salt Lake City, I mean, it's kind of like Dallas. Like, downtown Dallas everything is like not very tall, like the buildings wise.
Mm-hmm.
It's very low key. It's just kind of plain, and there's nothing super exciting about it. I mean, at least Sacramento has like the big river running right down the middle of it. That's actually something that's visually appealing. I guess you can look up and see the mountains and stuff.
Bro, we got the beam. That's all that matters.
We got the beam.
Like the beam for All-Star Weekend.
Hell, if they bring back All-Star Weekend, or they bring All-Star Weekend here, we'll bring back Club Rickies.
No, we won't. We'll never bring back Club Rickies. That's occupied by an entirely different entity now. Before we get to the Kings and Kings practice and all of that stuff today, I'm gonna need you to call your boy Michael Malone, and tell him to calm his ass down. He needs to stop with this. He's got the top team in the Western Conference. He just got done coaching the All-Star team. Call him and tell him, bro, look, we get it. You're good. Please stop, because now you're just obnoxious. So if you want to step out and call him right now, you can, or you can call him after the show, but I need you to call your boy.
Just the sheer pettiness.
It's silly, dude. Like,
it is. It
like,
is.
Stop.
We're at that point, especially if you're at the All-Star game. It's like,
why are you even thinking about Vivek Ranadive?
Yeah, like you realistically should be focused on the positivity of you being there. That your team is the number one seed in the Western Conference, and because they're the number one seed, you get invited to be the coach. That's what you should be focused on.
Mike Malone is going to thank Vivek Ranadive the second they hand him the Larry O'Brien. Like, Vivek Ranadive is going to be like the second name out of his mouth. It's going to be Nikola Jokic and then Vivek Ranadive. And I don't know how he's going to do it, but he's going to work that into his speech if they ever win the championship.
Malone, they're going to win the NBA championship. And he's like, I'm just so happy for the fans of Sacramento. I'm so happy for the fans.
Yeah.
I'm really happy for them.
You know what's really crazy to me too is that I don't know that Michael, like, his vision of what happened and his understanding of what happened, it's never matched up to what I know.
I don't think because didn't Pete go to work? Didn't they work together after he left here?
Yeah,
after they both left here.
But again, that's a farce.
Well,
I mean,
and even then, James, tell me if I'm wrong. Like, I know you know this a lot better, but wasn't it obviously Vivek had to sign off on it, but Vivek didn't run Mike out of here. That was Pete, right?
Yeah, it's a combination. Pete and Chris Mullen, and it was a power struggle. Like Michael Malone and Pete D'Alessandro didn't talk to each other for the final 6 weeks they were on the job together. They literally did not speak at all. Like we went to Vegas Summer League during that off season between Mike's first and second season, and ran into Michael and said hi and blah blah blah. Then we ran into Pete and said, hey, we just saw Michael, and he's down here, and it's like, oh, I didn't know he's down here. The GM didn't know the head coach was somewhere. Like that doesn't make any sense. The way the whole thing played out was bad. It was ugly. And then even afterwards, there was some horrible play that went on afterwards where all of a sudden there was a rumor spread that Michael Malone was insubordinate. And that was not Vivek Ranadive calling a media member and saying that Michael Malone was insubordinate during his time in Sacramento. That was very specific people inside the house. And I've always I've talked to Michael about it. I've always thought that Michael, sure, Vivek's part of the problem in that situation. And he was new. He was just getting, it was his first year on the job as owner of the Kings. But the real mistake was that Vivek hadn't learned to hire good people that have good motives and put them around you and have everybody pulling together the same direction, which is, again, might be the first time right now that we see relatively clean group where everyone is pulling the right direction together. So yeah, I mean, there's always a fox in the hen house, Sacramento, always.
You're better than that, Mike Malone. Let it go, man. Keisha Cole.
Let's get into practice today and last night. I guess the most important note is Malik Monk returned to practice last night, and it sounds like he's good to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, I talked to somebody yesterday, and they said that even originally it was a very low-grade ankle sprain, and that he's okay. Malik was pretty clear that he was scared at the time. He thought, that it could be the ankle. A lot of people thought it was his knee, but he said, he was worried he broke it initially, and then sure enough, he came out clean, and he's doing just fine. He was at practice yesterday and today. Everyone's a little. You take a week off, it seems like it would be great for your body and all that stuff. It is, but it also, you take a week off, and it's tough when you're, an elite level athlete to get back out on the court and kind of get the body going again. So yeah, they're all healthy.
We're setting the table for first game back from the All-Star break.
It's like day 3 of training camp. Day 3 of training camp is you look around and there's 3 guys sitting out with gigantic ice bags all over their bodies. And you're like, it's one of those days. It's one of those days.
Were Domas and De'Aaron there today?
They were today. They weren't yesterday. And mandatory, NBA rules, they don't have to be there until they get an extra day because they took part of the festivities on the weekend. So both of them, Fox did work out yesterday with Luke Laux, but him and Domas did not participate in practice. And everyone's back. Everyone's ready. I mean, this is they're focused. It's a pretty good vibe. They know what's in front of them.
It sounds like everybody's gearing up, Ham. Everybody's gearing up for this final 25 games. And I started the show talking about how I'm excited for this. As a Kings fan, it's somebody that's, we've all lived through 16, 17 years of no postseason. We're on the precipice of ending that streak. We're right there. I think they'll get it done. I'm not here to sound overconfident or anything like that, but 25 games up, you're the 3 seed in the West. You should think hey, we could get this done. But it sounds like the team, listening to Mike Brown, listening to Davion, listening to Malik, those guys, seems like they also understand the moment of we're here. Let's go get this thing done. And there's an eagerness, at least that I heard in the voice of those guys, to get this done and complete the task.
Yeah, I think that there is. At the same time, again, we're in uncharted waters. These guys are venturing into a realm that a lot of them have not been in or haven't been in this situation for a long time. I mean, Harrison Barnes, what's been like 2015 15 since he's been in the playoffs.
Mhm.
I mean, it's been a
16,
long
yeah.
time. Yeah, something like that. To 2015, 2016. So some of these guys are they don't understand it at all. They don't know what's coming. And another group is like, okay, yeah, we've been here before, but it's been a while. Maybe a Kevin Herter who was in it in the mix can have some sort of conversation about this, but the rest of them, there's not a lot of experience in it. So I think it's interesting to see sort of a team venture into like an area where it's uncomfortable. Like you don't know what's coming from one night to the next. And you got to be ready. You got to be geared up, and you have to understand that the focus goes from, like 90% to 98% right now. Like if you're not right there and like almost 100% focused on each and individual play, you're going to have some rough nights down in the last 25 games.
It could also work the other way though. Like you don't
Yeah.
know what you don't know. So if you don't know, like, oh, this is pressure filled, and I've never been here. Like you could be like, it's just basketball. When we're all around, no, it's not just basketball. You got an opportunity to change the course of the city. It's not just. They're like,
It changes the whole course of the city. That's right.
Like, let's hoop. Let's go out there and hoop, because you don't know what you don't know. Like I said, so it could benefit them as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the possibility. I mean, you just, again, like when you're starting a season and things work out the way that they have so far, like the last thing I want to hear is them talk about house money or something. We're playing, or no one expects us to be there. It's like, okay, that worked for 50 something games. That's not the case now. Like I talked to Mike Brown before.
And I don't think players talk like that. Media members might.
Yeah.
Do.
You're probably right. Like I think some players are like, oh, well, no one expects us to be here, so we're kind of flying under the radar. It's like, well, I think Mike Brown, I talked to him during the break, and I wrote on it was it Monday yesterday. He said we're at that point where the hunted become the hunted. The hunters become the hunted. He's like, so we're not used to being the hunted at all. Like we've been hunting wins and we've been doing a good job and all that stuff. But at this point, like there are teams that want the 3 spot. They're coming for that 3 spot. And if you slide 1 spot, there are teams that are coming for the 4 spot. There are teams that are coming for the 5 spot. They all see the same thing we do. Like you need to be in 6 or better to be safe. And so it's going to be a fight, and it's who shows up on a nightly basis. And, Mike Brown talked about it today. He's like, people just say, oh, all you have to do is go like 12 and 13 and you're in. It's like, okay, we still got to win 12 games. Like, and that's not our point of view. That's your point of view. We still have to win those games. And so it's going to be a dogfight. Don't take anything for granted. Look at everything in 5-game increments. Stay focused. Get to the end of the season. See where you're at.
Go 1-0 every day.
1-0 every day.
Yeah,
let's ride.
1-0 every day. Let's ride indeed. But to Kenny's point, do you think they feel the pressure of this? Kenny's like, they don't know they don't know what they don't know, which could be the flip side of it. But do you think they're aware of this? Was that a conversation the last 2 days? Or is it just we're just talking basketball?
No, I think that they're aware. Like even Keegan talked about it today after practice. He said, we got a little taste of it those last couple of games before the break. The 2 games against Dallas, the 1 against Phoenix, we felt the difference in intensity. Like we know that was a taste of what we're going to see in the second half. And I think that that's perfect. They actually got a little bit to think about, because it's one thing for it to be some weird idea that's floating out there in space. That's purely speculative, or, it's something that you haven't faced before, but it's something that just people talk about. When you get into it and you play a couple of games that have like a really, really crazy playoff intensity, you're like, oh, okay. Now I get it. Now I'm starting to see what you guys are talking about. So I think it's really good that they had that and then a week to think about it. And their all-star break was longer than most teams, which is great for this team. I mean, they had some bumps and bruises. No one outside of Malik really had a major injury that they're dealing with. The thumbs on Sabonis and Keegan. And again, Keegan doesn't even have to wear a brace anymore. He's all clear. But, for the most part, this is it's not just a time to let your body heal. It's a time to let your mind heal, to like step away. We talked to Keegan today. Keegan hadn't seen his twin brother in 7 months. Hadn't seen him. He's seen him on FaceTime. They FaceTime every day, but they haven't actually been in the room together. The longest time before that they'd ever been apart was a week at one point. They had spent like 7 days apart. But these are guys that, like, they're twins. They lived in the same apartment. They went to the same school. You know, like the Morris twins for years shared the same bank account. Like, these are guys that have been super close their whole entire lives. And then to just not be able to see each other. Like, this was a great time for him to get away, for, you know, even Fox to get away and enjoy this thing with his wife and his baby, and kind of take everything in and have a moment to catch your breath. So I'm excited to see how they bounce back.
It'll be cool when Keegan's brother plays here next year.
That'll be awesome.
Hey, I'm in.
We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. I do want to bring that 49ers story up too. And Hammer's a 49ers guy, so I'm sure he has plenty of thoughts on the fact that Brock Purdy did, in fact, not have surgery today. And then we'll dive in, get ready for Kings basketball. We'll talk about the second part of the season when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. There, y'all. I got worried that I felt like the chat stopped moving for a minute, but I'm glad y'all in here. Like it hit a long pause button. Warm up the playoff beam, baby. Warm me up on that beam.
Brock Purdy's just never going to get surgery, and we're going to be stuck with Jimmy G as the 49ers quarterback, and it's time loop forever.
They will hire James Ham before they hire Jimmy Garoppolo. Over Kyle's dead body, will they bring Jimmy Garoppolo back?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could use Tommy John. I got a bunch of mess going on in the elbow from years of volleyball and softball.
When you go under, you should just be like, fix everything. Just
fix
knock
everything.
me out and fix everything.
James gonna come back like Rookie of the Year.
That's right. Henry Rowan Gardner?
Yeah, Rowan Gardner.
Yeah.
Rowan Gardner. There we go.
It's a classic
Look
right
at
there.
you three.
Yeah,
Look at
Look
you.
at that. I used to watch all those little
Look
games
at
back
you
then.
three right here.
That's right.
Which one's the one where it's the kid who owns the Twins?
Little Big League.
That's one of my favorites too.
That's where we got the famed. If you're getting excited over a Sing I single, that tells you everything that you need to know.
Changed my life the way I look at sports.
Yeah. And you know, we can talk about this on the show, but Greg Van Dusen passed away yesterday.
I saw you
72.
Yeah, I scared the crap out of me because you quote tweeted an article that had a picture of Albie Akani with Greg. I was like, wait, what is this?
No, Greg, one of the true originals. Like, just
Al listens to us right now. Like, I'm not dead. I'm right here.
Yeah, a great storyteller. You know, sometimes you had to go back and make sure you did your due diligence after one of his stories.
Mm-hmm.
He you know, once caught like an 800-pound fish type guy.
Like,
but yeah,
had to do the same with Marty Mack. Just
good old Marty
go
Mack.
back and ask a few people.
Yeah,
if
okay.
something
I need
happened.
to like get to the bottom of this. Yeah.
That's too bad.
Yeah, just a really nice guy. We filmed him in front of Arco 1 in Small Market Big Heart, which was his request, which was a nightmare because we had to go through and find, like, we had to go get permission from the Buzz Oates group to film in front of the building. And then on top of that, there are 2 statues that sit in front of Arco 1, and they were made by 2 local brothers in the 80s. Well, they had both passed. So in order, like, anytime you do film, if there's a work of art on the wall, you have to get permission from that person. And so we had to go through and find one of the brothers' daughters and get permission, written permission, to have the things in the film. But yeah, you can see, like, if you remember back to when the Greg Lukenbill climbed into the rafters to catch the water from spilling out on the court. Even in Small Market, we got the footage of it. We had Greg Van Dusen talking in a striped shirt, and then they panned to that incident, and Greg Van Dusen is on his hands and knees sopping up water off the court with, like, the ball boys, trying to get the water. So because they were worried that they would suspend the game, and it was $1 million fine, and they didn't have $1 million to cover it.
Mm.
And so, yeah, really good dude. Sad, 72 years old.
Lukenbill, bless his heart, that was crazy.
Yeah, that's
Him going up
wild.
there.
Yeah, climbing up in
That's
the rafters like
wild.
that.
That
Yeah,
was crazy.
that is wild.
So I'll be like Rob W here in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Let's hit those thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the subscribe buttons as well. Chatty House is a great way to be a part of the show, as you have been today, as you are every single day. I'm happy to have our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, here with us. Before we dive back into the Kings, KC did want to mention this. Your boy.
That is my boy.
Yeah. So Brock Purdy was scheduled to have surgery today. It was announced yesterday that Brock Purdy will, in fact, not have surgery today due to inflammation. Now, there's nothing uncommon about that. I'd be a little concerned that the fact that he's still having inflammation from an injury that happened like a month ago, and he hasn't had the surgery yet. But I don't know, man. This got bad vibes to it. This whole Brock Purdy injury thing's got some bad vibes to it.
Yeah, I think, and I hope this is just the feeling that I get. You know, maybe this is the pessimist in me in this particular situation. I hope I'm dead wrong, but I think they're gonna get in there and they're gonna have to maybe do some Tommy John for Brock, and he might lose the season next year. That's just the feeling I get with everything that's going on. I would hate that for him because he had such it's not a dream season, but a dream moment, I guess, you know, doing what he did at the end of the season for the 49ers and leading into 2 playoff victories and all that. I would hate for him not to be able to come right back and take advantage of that opportunity, because I do think he'd be the starting quarterback coming into training camp. But I'm afraid for the worst, man, for him.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, anytime you're dealing with the surgical procedure on an arm for a quarterback, it's not a good thing. I mean, whether it's a shoulder injury or an elbow injury, it's really surprising we haven't seen more of these types of injuries.
I see that type of tackle that
all the
sack
time,
like once a week in the NFL, and I'm afraid. I was afraid when it happened to Purdy. Like, oh my gosh, that arm got bent back the wrong way. Like, he's gonna need not to be LeKinney here. No, I was like, oh my gosh, he hurt his elbow. He's gonna need Tommy John. When he couldn't come back into the game, that's when I was like, oh, he hurt his elbow. And like you said, we see this like once a week, at least once a Sunday. And I'm glad they don't happen more often, but I'm actually surprised they don't happen more often.
It's really strange because, you know, Major League Baseball, we've seen this increase in Tommy John surgeries where, you know, half the kids in your minor league system have had Tommy John surgery. It's crazy how, like, the overthrowing at a young age has really eaten into these kids, you know, throwing motion and stuff. But if you look at the NFL and the way the football is structured, there isn't, you know, the 60, 80 games a year that some of these kids are playing baseball. There's not that many games of football. You know, if you're going to play Pop Warner, you're looking at 10, 12 games. If you're going to play high school, you're looking at a maximum of like 13 games. And sure, you have throwing programs and stuff like that you have guys go through. And on occasion, you get the guys with dead arm, which is what happened to Trey Lance during last summer. But it's not very common. And to me, it is very strange that you would think that there would be, that these guys are going to camps, they are doing things all year long, that you would see more of this repetitive injury. But yeah, it's not great for him. I hope it all works out.
Chris brings up a great point here in the YouTube chat. Kyle never should have had his quarterbacks run up the middle or drop back to pass. I blame him. When all else fails, just blame Kyle Shanahan.
Now, on the flip side of that, RIP, I think Trey Lance is going to be ready to go. I'm anxious to see the way he plays. I got a lot of confidence in the way Trey Lance could play if he gets the opportunity to be the QB1 for the 49ers. We saw him last year, very, very short stint. But in that Bears game, before the monsoon hit, he looked fine. He didn't look like a superstar. I'm not saying that, but he looked fine. And in the Seahawks game, for a drive and a half, he looked fine again. So I expect more of the same. I think he's gonna work as the number one quarterback this offseason, get those type of reps, be ready to go. I think I did see something over the week where I think even I probably kind of, dismissed the whole arm fatigue thing or whatever that was being reported during last training camp. And I think Trey Lance came out and confirmed that really did happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's like, yeah, my arm was dead. Like I was throwing. I think he said he's either throwing every day and that's why it happened, or he got to the point where it's like I couldn't throw every day. Like I had to take, throw 2 days, take a day off or whatever because the arm was dead. Mm-hmm. So that's something that he probably doesn't have to deal with right now, and may affect his accuracy and any velocity they may have on the ball. I'm looking if Purdy can't come back and be ready, because make it perfectly clear, if I had to choose between the two, I think Brock Purdy is a better quarterback than Trey Lance. But if Brock can't go and Trey's QB1, I think he's gonna play well. I do.
They take the job back.
It might be the same situation where he's playing. Like if he starts the season and let's just say Brock can't get back this season, it's not a Tommy John, and they're 4-1 to start the season. How do you go?
You don't.
How do you go to Brock?
Yeah, you don't. He took the job back.
Yeah.
He took the job back. Derek Carr, I don't know how I feel about the 49ers this year. Like, they just going to keep winning a ton of games and getting to the NFC Championship? Because there's no
a really good regular season team again. Now, playoffs, you never just one game. You never know. I think they're going to the talent level is too much. But they got money and they got draft picks. And this front office has shown they can build a roster.
You need 97 healthy for the whole
Absolutely.
season though.
97, okay. 54, 71.
Yeah, if I rank, but you played some games without Debo, right? Like you went all over the place with quarterback. Nick Bosa might have missed one game, but he didn't miss many though.
Yeah. Game changer.
Fred Warner didn't either.
Yeah,
like those are guys.
97, 54. You need those two.
You can't afford to play without those guys. And it's like, all right, everything went your way that way last year,
but
need it to happen again.
But it went that way for those two. Feels like everybody else around them got hurt. Right?
Well, but that's right. But
missed the game.
But that was the point, though. Like, you made it work. I don't think you can make it work if you. And if I were to rank them, I would go Bosa first and then Fred Warner. I don't think you can make it work if you lose one of them for an extended period of time, especially 97.
So let's flip it, right? All those guys
smack it first.
Rub it down.
Okay. All right. Never mind.
But let's say Bosa. I don't want to say season ending. Say Bosa is out for 6 games.
Okay.
But Debo don't miss, Kittle don't miss, Trent don't miss, Emmanuel Mosley don't miss, Hufanga, like all those guys are healthy. I think you can survive it. Okay. Whereas this year, Bosa was there for all but one game, but they lost Kittle for some time. They lost Debo for some time. I think Trent missed some games, and they were still able. I think, point being, I think they have enough talent. They have enough talent around where it doesn't torpedo that season. If he's out for the season for some reason, that may be a different story. But
one more other quick note here. This one on Derek Carr. Derek Carr, for reasons known to only Derek Carr, says he believes his free agency process is going to take a long time. Now, I'm going to explain something to Derek. Derek is not on a team. He could sign with anyone he wants to. He doesn't have to wait till the new league year. He doesn't have to wait till the start of free agency. This is my guess what has happened in his meetings with the Jets or whoever else he may have met with. It's like, yeah, we like you, We're going to talk to Jimmy too, and we're also going to explore this Aaron Rodgers thing. So him coming out and saying that my free agency process is going to take a while is probably nothing more than teams telling him, yeah, we got to do our due diligence on these other players, and we can't sign them now. We can sign you, but we can't sign Jimmy Garoppolo right now because he's still a San Francisco 49er. Yeah. We can't open talks. I guess you could trade anytime you want to. You can have trade discussions with the Green Bay Packers anytime you want to, or whatever other free agent quarterbacks that might be out there. You can't have those discussions till after the new league year starts. Yeah. So I kind of feel like Derek Carr was given the, we like you, but we don't love you from a couple of teams. And so he just kind of has to sit on the sideline till the new league year gets here.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that.
He's in a weird situation, but if I were him, I would be aggressive.
But that's my thing. I don't think he can be, because I don't think anyone is like, I mean, I can see why people say, I could see why the Saints work. Like, I could see why some of these teams work, but clearly they look at Derek Carr like, yeah, Derek Carr is a good option if option one doesn't work. And I'm wondering if the Jets and Saints and some of these other teams, Derek Carr might not be option one. And it's wild to think Jimmy Garoppolo might be option one, but we've talked about how neck and neck those two quarterbacks are and how they're going to be competing with the same teams.
We're going to start hearing teams that really that have to go sign quarterbacks, that you're going to hear his name floated out more to try to drum up that competition between the other teams. So a team like the Colts, clearly the Colts are going to be a team that, they recycle old, bad quarterbacks all the time. And you could see them jumping into this conversation, oh, maybe the Colts, maybe the Saints, you're going to teams that he doesn't really want to go play for. And with the hope that you can force the hand of somebody that you really do want to play for.
Well, the one thing that jumped out to me, and Damien, I think you're spot on with your assessment, but when you talk about those teams, at the very least, one of them, maybe the Saints as well, but the Jets can't tell Derek anything until they figure out what's going on with Aaron Rodgers and if they can get him.
And I think, so I guess this is just an annual tradition of Aaron Rodgers holding the league hostage. Yeah. I guess
except this year
he held the draft hostage one year.
He did
for 6 hours. It was an exhilarating. It was an exhilarating 6 hours.
I want to give a shout out to Aaron Rodgers for that day, because that day could have possibly dragged. That was an 8-hour day, and then he said, then the rumors came out he's trying to force his way to the 49ers. That got us at least.
We
2
had
hours.
Trey Wingo on that day, who was part of that story. That was a good day for
that. Got us at least 2 hours. Now the thing I'll say though about Aaron Rodgers and that whole situation with him is, in the past, I feel it's been him trying to hold the league hostage. I think the Packers are sick of him. I think the Packers are more open than they've ever been to getting him out of town. And I think that's the difference between this year and the years past.
It really reminds you of the situation of the other quarterback that we do not name, and Brett Favre.
No, but it's a couple
with Green Bay. When it came to is he staying? Is he coming back? Is he retiring? Is he going to go somewhere else? To me, I'm kind of over Aaron Rodgers, and I kind of would be glad if he just decided to call it quits, or if someone else decided to call it quits for him. If the league just basically said, "Hey, there's really not a spot for you," and you're always going to get paid, but why are we talking about? Isn't Aaron Rodgers 39 years old, and isn't he
I think he's younger than that?
Oh, I don't think so.
Aaron Rodgers, I think he's 37, 36.
Is he that young?
I think so, because he's definitely younger than the Roethlisbergers and the.
He will be 40 in December.
Okay. Wow. Well, what the hell do I know?
That's why I'm
Aaron Rodgers is going to be 40 in December?
December 2nd, to be exact.
Wow.
That's like Kenny saying the Levine Gordon contest was 4 years ago.
Time flies by.
Well, see,
we've lost all concept of time.
We were on that on that flight. That's
31.
on the show.
Derek Carr's 31 going on 32. So
well, that checks out. I don't know why I thought Aaron Rodgers was only 37 and 38.
I'm wondering why. Gracious. I mean, sure, he's won a lot more, but you put Carr in the right situation, maybe he can be better. I don't know.
Well, I think the thing with Aaron is you have to have a championship caliber team right now. And your belief is, you mentioned the other quarterback who should be in jail, that the Vikings were a championship caliber team. So he had to go to the Jets first, do that whole like fake retirement thing, then
Got himself
go
in trouble there too, by the way.
stunner. Oh, no one talks about that. That's weird.
It's crazy.
Weird.
All he was supposed to do was go there, shut his mouth so he can get to Minnesota.
That's it.
And he couldn't stay out of trouble.
Couldn't. Yeah, but that's not brought up. Okay, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. I'm having a bad day. Can't remember Aaron Rodgers' age. Chatty House is Team Kenny all day, and we're living in 1988 basketball. Man, I can't retain. It's the first game. It's the first game after the All-Star break. That's what it is. It's just a little rusty. If this is any indication of what the Kings are going to be tomorrow, boy, we're in trouble.
Well, why can't they be me?
Well, I guess they could be you, but we're a team.
Could be James.
Well,
we have an off day. James,
I'm Kevin Herter in the 3-point contest right now.
That hurt me. That hurt me. It sounds like, damn. The funny thing was, I was watching that with Reese and Julius Randle one before, and I was like, Julius Randle, he did terrible. He got 11. Kevin Herter got 8.
The whole time you're like, come on, little fella.
Come on,
little fella.
No, the whole time I was like, Kevin, don't do this to us. Don't do this to us. Come on, man. They're gonna take this out on Sacramento. Come on, buddy. Hit this last rack. Let's go. Yeah, it was a tough.
I mean, overall, it really wasn't like the best representation of Sacramento wasn't Amias Queta. Like,
well,
like
hell,
overall, that's as good as it got.
them damn rookies wouldn't pass the ball to Keegan.
Yeah, they Jordaned
What the hell was
him.
that about?
They Jordaned him. Just wait. That's fine. When Keegan becomes a Hall of Famer and he starts icing guys out of the Olympics, hey, we all know what moment to point back to. That damn rookie challenge.
Benedict Mathurin, you thought you were going to be on the dream team. No, sir.
Keegan going to be there holding an iPad talking about, I took it personal. And then it's going to flash to Chris. He took it personal. He took it real personal. You want to talk about Greg?
Yeah, Greg Van Dusen. For those of you who haven't heard today, Greg Van Dusen, who was part of the Kings organization from like 1985 until probably, I don't know, late 1990s, passed away today at the age of 72. Just an absolute joy to be around. One of those guys who always had an incredible story to tell. And he passed away, I think I read in the Bee from kidney and liver failure. But one of the good guys. He tried to get a bid together to save the Kings, like during the first relocation stint. He is one of the guys who was on the floor mopping up water when Greg Lukenbill was in the rafters, trying to stop the leak from happening. We interviewed him for Small Market Big Heart, and just a great dude, a really, really interesting, guy who'd lived a couple of lives, really. He also was, he was the one that was at Arco Arena the day that the police called and told him that Ricky Berry had committed suicide. He picked up the phone from one of his friends on the police force who was there on the scene. He went in and walked to Bill Russell's office to go inform Bill Russell. And Bill Russell was sitting in a meeting with Ricky Berry's parents at the time and had no idea. And he pulled Bill Russell out of the office. And Bill, according to Greg Van Dusen, he told him, and Bill Russell grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground and said, "You better not be effing kidding, lying to me." And Greg said he started crying, and Bill Russell instantly knew he wasn't lying. He also, that day, when the media got there, Jerry Reynolds broke down on the set, trying to explain what had happened, and he took over for Jerry Reynolds and read his cue cards. So he's one of those guys as part of the Kings franchise and the fabric of the franchise. And, it's really a sad day for a lot of people. Gary Gerald, Jerry Reynolds, sad day for a lot of those guys.
Can you talk a little bit more? Because I know you did it for the documentary. What was, specific, not specifically, but give us a synopsis of his role with the relocation, and what he was able to do to make sure basketball was here in Sacramento.
Yeah, I mean, he's part of the original group that once the Kings landed in Sacramento, he was there with Greg Lukenbill as part of the business side for years. And then again, when the relocation really started, he tried to form groups of investors that would somehow, build an arena, whether downtown or he really, if I'm not mistaken, really pushed to build on the Arco property because the Arco property is vast. And there was plenty of room to build a new arena there. But of course, land developers wanted that property to go do other things as opposed to building another arena. A lot like what we're seeing in Oakland, where, the Oakland A's property is huge. So, just a guy who, like a Sacramentan, who pushed to keep the team here for, whatever he could do. We shot for Small Market Big Heart. We shot him out in front of Arco 1, which was his preference, which we had to jump through a million hoops to get that done. But it was great. And it ends up being one of the most beautiful shots we got during the whole filming because it was 105 degrees and we had like a white tent. So like the separation of colors and everything else, the clarity was just perfect. So much so that it overheated the camera and we had to actually buy a new camera because the camera got too hot that day sitting out.
This does not sound fun at all. Just to be transparent.
Why did we do it at 2 in the afternoon on the hottest day?
Because
let's get out of here on July 15th.
When you're making a documentary and someone says, this is when I want to do it, you go, okay.
Why did he want to do it at 2 in the afternoon?
I don't know. I believe he's wearing a long sleeve shirt. And I mean, it was hot. It was hot.
Apparently Greg was a big summer guy.
Yeah. Just, a really, really big storyteller and a sweetheart of a guy. I'd run into him a couple of times in the last couple of years. Always a guy, have a drink with and sit down and talk Sacramento sports, really an original character. So, sending love out to his family.
Yes, indeed. I always, whenever you tell stories like that, reminded Bill Russell is such a unique part of Kings history.
He is.
Like, it's so in comparison to who and what Bill Russell is. He was here and he's here for moments that Kings fans will hear about forever. Mm-hmm. Like the Ricky Berry story will be told forever. The Jerry Reynolds press conference will be told forever. He's such it's such a unique part of our history that Bill Russell is a part of.
Yeah. And talk about a guy who took the job for the paycheck and just he had really no interest in being here. I think he's only part of the franchise like 10 months. Mm-hmm. It's something extremely short. And if I'm not mistaken, Jerry Reynolds had to fire Bill Russell. Could you imagine being someone who had fired Bill Russell?
That's amazing.
Jeez.
So
I am forever introducing Jerry Reynolds as the guy who fired Bill Russell now.
Yeah. Yeah.
The one thing I think about, and it's great that people like you are here to tell a story, is it feels like, and tell me if I'm wrong, but it feels like, we're losing those people that got the Kings here and could tell that story. It's much like what people talk about.
Yeah, we just lost 3 years off Aaron Rodgers' life, man. Time is moving.
Man,
Buddy Hield got older.
Well, Buddy
Hill got older in the middle of the season, and it wasn't his birthday. How?
It was his birthday. He skipped 2 years.
He had 2 birthdays on one birthday.
That's right.
Wild.
But like like how people talk about they talk about like World War II people who were actually in it, like we're those guys who could tell those stories. I'm so fascinated with the story of how the Kings got to Sacramento, California, and it's great that you spent time with guys like that who were able to get them here, and you can keep telling that story and keep talking about how they got here, how they stayed here, things of that nature.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I've mentioned it before, but my degree isn't in journalism. My degree is history.
We all loved history.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I'm a big history guy. And so that it's always intrigued me and sort of the way the brain works. I can be an encyclopedia of, times and what's happened here and what's happened there. Also, like doing Small Market Big Heart, like sitting in Greg Lukenbill's basement for 3 hours doing an interview. And again, Greg Lukenbill is like the guy who fought hard. He wasn't the money guy, but he's the guy who fought to bring the team here. He's, a developer and all that stuff. A lot of, building Arco and getting a team to Sacramento was nothing but a land grab for a lot of people. It was about taking unincorporated farmland and converting it into commercial and residential space. So the county, the city, they wouldn't let it happen. All of that area out there that was farmland. And in order to bring the Kings here and to build that stuff, they were able to trade a lot of, like how property is actually listed and how you can actually, what you can build on what property out in that area. And so, yeah, like I've got to see quite a few things in my 13 years and got to have, conversations, how many car rides I've had with Jerry Reynolds going to the Bay Area and just sitting around and chatting, guys like Gary Gerald that you spend time with. My favorite interview my entire life is Gary Gerald in the stands at Arco Arena for Small Market Big Heart. Like by far, there's not even an interview that I've done that compares to it. It's hiding somewhere on a tape that no one's seen. You've only seen bits and pieces of it in the actual film, but the interview itself was, I don't know, an hour plus, and just such an incredible man. And like they're friends now, which is crazy to think of. But there's a time where these are guys that you just looked up as heroes that are on TV and on the radio and are, the coach of the Kings or making decisions as general manager and stuff like that. So yeah, it's cool to get to be on the inside and meet these people and actually have relationships with them as opposed to just looking at them from afar. And
James has seen a lot of things in his 13 years.
Except for playoffs.
Except for that.
Playoff game.
Except for that. And hopefully that changes this year. James, we were, as Kenny was passionately telling everyone how he's ready for this final stretch run of basketball. I feel Kenny's excitement because you look around at these other teams in the league, and obviously Phoenix has goals, the Clippers have goals, the Lakers, Anthony Davis, they're all saying the right things. LeBron James, Darvin Ham, they're all saying the right thing. You got to win every game. Every game matters from now on. And then this is the mythical turn up part of the season that everybody talks about. But I don't know that there's another organization, maybe less specifically an organization. I don't know that there's another fan base that is going to be riding on every single game the way that the Sacramento Kings are. This fan base so desperately wants to see that embarrassing 16-year playoff drought come to a conclusion that every game is going to garner such a reaction. Tomorrow night's game is going to garner a reaction. Saturday night, Kings win the next two. Oh my! There might be a party. There might be a legit party in Sacramento on Friday night if that were to happen. But these games hold such importance that, man, we were talking about this privately. We're in a sprint till the end of the season because everything for us, for them, has such great magnitude.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. We talked about it early in the year how, well, like at the end of January, there's only 3 home games in the month of February, right? And we're going to have that last one coming up in a couple of days, tomorrow. But what do we got? How many home games do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 home games left. That's it. Like this season, it's almost over.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is going to be such a sprint. And if you lose focus for even the smallest amount of time, things can get out of hand quickly. And it's going to be an interesting phase of the season. I know we asked Malik Monk yesterday about like, what are your expectations? He goes, to win.
Absolutely.
To win as many games as possible. We're going to win. And I'm like, all right, like, that's it. Like, yeah, that's the focus. The focus is we can't let off at any moment. If we want to be there, we have to win every single game possible. And I look at their schedule and I totally get it. There's not like a big break in this schedule where you're like, okay, there's 5 or 6 easy ones. Mm-hmm. There's just not. The Kings have a brutal schedule it's like the third or fourth hardest in the NBA, the second, I think, in most difficult in the Western Conference. It's going to be a dogfight, and if you're not 100% bought in at this point, go sit on the end of the bench, or we'll just waive you and you can go home now. Like, this is time where it's put up or shut up, and it's going to be intense, but everyone's got to stay in the moment and let's ride this thing out.
And I think this team, this group of guys that they have on this roster, I think they're built for this moment. I think of Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, the way he plays now, Sabonis, they're built for this moment. They're built to go out and win as much as possible. I mentioned it last week. You know, I keep giving worst case scenario. We talk about 12 and 13 or whatever. What are the Kings mess around and go 15 and 10? Like, they're good enough. They are good enough. They have been questioned, at least in Sacramento, at a number of different points all throughout the season. And they've answered the bell every single time. I know they haven't been here before, but what they've shown me leading up to this is they're probably going to answer the bell again. They're going to get this thing closed out. Like I said, I came just for argument's sake with a below 500 record in the final 25 games of the season. They haven't been below 500 for an extended stretch except for the first 10 games of the season. Was that 5-5 or were they 4-6? I can't remember.
They were 0-4 to start,
4,
then they
and
won
then-
one, lost one. So they were 1-4, 1-5 to start the season.
And that's been the only time they've done that all year. The
Oh, they
only
won two.
time.
Yeah.
Other than that, they've won games away, at home, good teams, bad teams. They've answered the bell every single time. I expect them to do the same thing now.
Yeah, they got to 6-6. That's when they hit 500, but that was in the midst of that 7-game win streak early in the season. So 6-6, and they went.
They never
to,
went below it, right?
Yeah, they went to 10-6. They came close, and there were times where you thought, "Oh, you know, like are they going to be able to pull out of this?" You know,
The Pacers game, leading into the Pacers game, they lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, they were 17-15. You know, so they've been 2-3 games over 500, 20 and 18. But I don't think it did not get closer than that. I don't think.
Expecting a collapse would be expecting something that literally hasn't happened this season. Not once. This is the best team we've seen in a long time. This is the most consistent team we've seen in a long time. And if we take the we out of it, we take the Sacramento part out of it, it's been one of the most consistent teams in the league to this point in the season. Now, if you believe Phoenix got better, great. Like, I get it. Phoenix is very good. They're probably going to look a little bit different. I think we got an alert from Brian Windhurst earlier, say KD could play as soon as Sunday. And then, you know, how we feel about the Clippers already. Even, you know, I think the Westbrook edition is just kind of a cherry on top of that. That's already a really good team. I think there are a lot of question marks elsewhere that don't involve Sacramento. I think Dallas is still a question mark. I love the talent of Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic, but I have questions about that team as a whole. And then, you know, talking about Sacramento, not for Sacramento to fall, they would have done something that they haven't done all year. You're kind of looking for the same thing from New Orleans and Minnesota in terms of them playing in a way, in a positive direction that they haven't played all year. Zion's not back. I think we just got Steph. Steph is going to be Steph is up for getting reevaluated in another week. So that's reevaluated. It doesn't mean he's back. That means he's
more than a week. I think unless they updated it.
I think they just updated it today.
Before it was mid-March. Reevaluated in mid-March. That was the first.
Oh, I meant for Steph Curry?
Steph Curry. That was like about a week ago. They said reevaluated in mid-March.
I thought we got one today that said next week, but let me make sure I'm not wrong.
I don't have my Twitter up in front of me today.
That just came out. There was a release. He's going to be reevaluated in another week.
Okay. So they've upped it. And that's good for him because mid-March is great. Because remember,
that's wild. I was like, wait a minute.
We had the conversation like there's like 10 games left at that point.
Remember, I told you guys that's an injury that no one's ever seen before. So there is no like proven track record for it. We have no idea. And to go like strength of schedule, just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. So the Kings do have the third most difficult, or the fourth most difficult strength of schedule remaining. The Clippers are second most difficult. Phoenix is sixth. Minnesota is 12th. Portland is 14th. The Warriors is 16. But then when you get to the bottom, like Dallas has the easiest schedule left, 4-6-6 against. New Orleans has the third easiest. Even OKC, which I don't think they're cashing it in yet, they have the 26th easiest. 25th easiest is the Lakers. Memphis is 24. So these are all teams that you're competing with, you're around in the standings, and it's, you got to stay laser focused, and it's not going to be easy. The task at hand is to me, it's nowhere near what you've been through already. Like, this is where you got to, mile 18 of the marathon, and that last 6 miles can wipe you out.
They'll stay focused. They'll bring it home.
Yeah, and if you run the first 18 right, you've got the next 6 with no problem. It's when you run the first 18 like a jackass, which I might
you might have done that once.
May have done once or twice. That makes the 20-mile wall difficult. It makes those final 6 miles harder.
Which is what we've seen the last couple of years, regardless of how real you think it is. They've been garbage through November, December, January. Then they try to turn it on come February, around the Monty makes a trade or two. And now they're 3 games back of the 10th spot with 15 to go. That's
with 27 wins, they're 3 games back.
Right. That's what you guys are referring to with handling your business early. They've handled their business, so now they can finish this thing all out.
I mean, there's all these individual markers. There's obviously, you want them to get to a point where they clinch a top 6 spot, but there's also like, we got to rep our 40-win guys leaving the Chase Center. You know how many times that clip is going to be played when this team gets to 40 wins? That's going to be on PTI. It's going to be on Sports Center. It's going to be everywhere. And then when they hit the 41 marker and then the 42 marker, like, there's going to be little markers the rest of the way of the season that De'Aaron, Domas, Mike, those guys don't care about, but we will. Like, those will be moments that, like, all right, that's a great countdown to this moment. That's a great countdown to this moment. And this is what we've talked a lot about, Jane. This race is going to get tough because of what we just said about Phoenix, because of what we just said about Los Angeles, and because Dallas is a bit of a wild card. I'm not buying Minnesota, and you're talking about mid-March. I feel like that was Cat's timeline. I feel like Cat was somewhere. Because I remember Cat, they said he might be back with like 10 games left.
Good point. Yeah.
Like, where the hell is Minnesota going to be with 10 games left in the season?
Mm-hmm.
Playing contention, sure, but are they going to be in the 7th spot? And then New Orleans, we found out last week that Zion's going to be out for an additional time frame after the All-Star break. So we're still looking at multiple weeks without Zion Williamson in the lineup, and there's a very real possibility that we see Brandon Ingram and Zion for the first extended periods of time, like at the very, very, very end of the season. And so what's that look like? If you've got must-win games for New Orleans, or you got must-win games for Minnesota, 2 teams trying to get 2 of their primary players involved in the final days of the season, that's tough.
Yeah.
We saw that with Chris Webber years and years and years and years ago. But the difference is these teams aren't rolling.
No.
That Kings team was rolling. These teams are not. These teams are searching and struggling, and Minnesota's trying to figure out what the hell went wrong.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Kings, what they have to do here is they have to show that they can continue to improve on the defensive end. Like, it's one thing to just look at the schedule and all that. We know this team can score with anybody, right? But at some point, if they're truly going to be a legitimate, 4, 5, 6 seed, 3, 4, 5, 6 seed, they have to show us that they can sustain defensive, quality defense for at least 36, 38 minutes, not like 8 minutes a game. Like,
or as Kenny would say, just score more.
I get that. But everybody here at the end is going to be trying to score more.
Mavs tried it. Didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
One game it did, though.
That's all they need. Mavs needed to win both. They couldn't. They tried to outscore them 2 times in a row. They couldn't do it.
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
Kenny's right. If they just outscore teams the rest of the way, it'd be
I guess.
That's the key to- that's
You
the
just-
key.
Yeah.
it's the
You just
key.
Put up more points
That's
than
the
the other
key.
guy.
Kenny's keys.
Kenny's key.
Yeah.
If you want to sponsor it, it's right there for you.
Kenny's keys.
Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball with our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Maybe we'll do a post-game show called Courtside for Kenny's Keys too.
What's that?
Y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here. Pretty please. Hit the thumbs up. These are the next. Why'd you stop at 9? Why didn't you go to 10? Did you run out of characters? Just wondering. Blazers, Clippers, Thunder, Clippers, Wolves, Pelicans, Knicks, Suns, Bucks. Thunder's on the road, right?
Back to
So
back.
I think it's home, away,
home.
and the Clippers and Wolves is a back-to-back. That's a Friday, Saturday. Because I don't think I can go Friday, but I'm gonna try to go. I need to
you're
get
right.
to see them.
That is Clippers Wolves back to back.
I'm gonna try to go to both games.
That's such a big,
I really want to go to the
like
Clippers one.
this whole entire stretch here is so huge because it's all teams that you're competing with. So
You're gonna
yeah.
have to have a better showing against the Knicks, also. Like that showing
Yeah.
they had last time was trash.
Well, look at that though.
No Fox. That game.
Wait, hold on. You'll be where?
Yeah, man. 3rd and 4th.
Okay.
Seeing the direction the
figure it
Kings are
out.
headed for this season, like, is it already a good season? Like,
No.
if you know what I mean? No.
Nope. Too
Like,
far.
There's a
Nope.
chance it could still be bad.
Oh yeah, it could be bad. It could be the Cleveland Cavaliers. It could be
so,
bad.
so that's where you just make the plan and then fall out, right?
You've gotta make it. Yep,
Okay.
you
Yeah.
gotta make it. And I don't think Cleveland was in it this late. Like they were, I think they had fallen down to the play-in spot this late. They weren't still top 6. Let's get to come on, let's get to 200 likes. We right there. Come on, man. Let's get to 200 likes. Those likes are important to us. They make us feel good. They
Hey,
help the channel grow.
Hey, you guys, if you didn't see it already on Twitter, go check out Young Zell tomorrow. Good Day Sacramento, man. Live performance, Light the Beam on Good Day Sacramento. Go check my guy out.
Light the beam now. Shout out to our man Cody for making that happen.
Yes, indeed. Shout out Cody, man. It's my guy.
Shout out Courtney, Coco, just because. Always. Young Zell, tell Coco I said hi. That's your number one. That's your number one rule. When you get ready to leave tomorrow, you say, Coco, D'Lo said hi. Yeah, I saw that too. Young Zell made the New York Times.
He did. I didn't see that.
He was writing about the beam. Unblocked me from Twitter. And
come on, Young Zell out here making moves. Then he got his mini mansion joint. I'm gonna be there for that.
yeah, that's next month, right?
Yeah.
March.
Yeah. Don't forget about us, bro. When you at the Grammys, man, don't forget about us, bro. Remember the little dudes.
Yeah, don't forget us when the Dope Ones is making collages for you. But the Dope Ones and Young Zell both. Hey, remember them two dudes we did radio? Man, what were their names? Cavs were 35-23 at the All-Star break last year. Good pull securing the beam. Good pull.
The Kings are 1 win away from tying my second highest win total season that I've covered.
That's not good. I mean, it is, but it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
We did the math way back when on what it'll take for the Kings to get to 500 for James Ham's career record. I think it'll take
you
7
did.
seasons of something.
No, I think it's 12 at 50 wins.
Oh,
I think you guys did the math. I was 240 games under at the start of the season. Oh.
Man, I gotta figure that Friday game out now that Miss P gonna be here.
Yeah.
Miss P and Russ, I gotta.
Shout out Russ. They're that rotation, man. That's just they got a lot of people, man. They got a lot of people.
The Clippers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you blow it up if it doesn't work this time?
No, you never blow it up because you got Ballmer money.
That's true.
Yeah,
You throw money at that. You throw money at it.
What is that? Oh, that's your ice shake.
Yeah.
I forget you freeze that. I thought you had like some trail mix and the
trail mix is gone.
Raisins were at the bottom or something. Trying to get them to the top. I don't know what was going on over there.
He picked through all the. He's just trying to eat all the M&Ms out.
I got trail mix
could
with
see-
no candy. All peanuts and craisins. I don't like raisins.
Yeah, craisins. I agree. Craisins are better.
I saw this crazy time lapse of Elk Grove from 1984, 2020.
Leave us in suspense. Happy to be back here live with you as the second part of the NBA season gets underway. The Sacramento Kings and the Portland Trailblazers, of course, it's first night of a back-to-back as they'll take on the Blazers tomorrow night at the Golden One Center and then head down south to take on the Los Angeles Clippers on Friday night. And then they have that can't be right. The Thunder, that's not a back-to-back, is it?
No, it's Sunday, Tuesday.
Okay. And then they got another back-to-back next Friday, Saturday with the Clippers again, this time here at the Golden One Center, and then the Minnesota Timberwolves again at the Golden One Center on Saturday. Lots of big-time basketball. Every game is going to be big, whether it's the Thunder, who we're curious about what direction they're going. Hell, tomorrow's game could have some weight on what the Portland Trailblazers are doing moving forward. That could be the little boot. All right, guys, we'll go for a plan. Let's keep it moving. They drop down. Let's evaluate this a little bit moving forward before we have to sell Dame Lillard on Victor Wembanyama and load managing these last 20 some odd games of the season.
Yeah, aren't they in a weird situation?
Because
they're not good.
No. I mean, they all, with Anthony Simons is out, that's tough. The weird situation with Gary Payton that happened, Gary Payton II. And, this is more of what, because James, we've told you, I think the whole intensity of the season, I think that's a bit overblown going into this final stretch of the season. I think it's a fun talking point. I do believe there's some realism behind it. Like you mentioned, the Dallas series with Sacramento. Like, I get that. Like, that was really important for both teams. But what I'm really anxious to see play out, which we've seen maybe once before, twice if you include Zion, is the Victor Wembanyama thing. How do teams really approach this next 2 months? Like, how does the Oklahoma City Thunder approach this? Like, realistically approach it. How does Portland? How does teams that are right there on the cusp that know we're not going to win a championship? We're right on the cusp of a play-in. What's better? Like, I think that's a more interesting dynamic to watch to me than the intensity of the season.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm looking at the schedule. You got a game against Utah that could be part of the conversation. You got 3 against Portland. You got 1 against the Spurs. And then I run out of teams that you're looking at as that type of team. So, like, it's part of the problem. Like, you have the OKC games. Like, the Kings schedule, it's no joke. Like, the strength of schedule isn't like, we're not just throwing that number out there and saying, hey, they have a tough schedule. Like, every team they're playing is at or near 500. Every single one of them. I mean, Portland's 2 games under. That's like the only other team that I can circle and say they're way under and they have no shot. 1 game against the Spurs. The rest of these teams, if they want to play for it, you could see OKC making a run here. They've got an easy schedule. They're 28-29 on the season. They have an opportunity. Minnesota is a team who's 31-30. All of these other teams that they're playing, maybe the Wizards we can put in that category who's 28-30. but still they're in the Eastern Conference. They can sit there and make a run. The rest of these teams, they're right in it. And, again, I think Utah is going to be the one team that I think will just pull the ripcord. And you got 2 games against Utah down the stretch. So that's good. But the rest of these guys, man.
You still got to win those games, though.
Yeah, you gotta win. Playing.
They had a couple of tight ones against Houston earlier.
Yeah,
you still got to get those ones.
The other thing I'll say about turning up the intensity in the final 25 games, all right, Phoenix, turn up the intensity. Clippers, turn up the intensity. Minnesota, what the hell are you talking about? Turn up the intensity. Who are you to say, we about to turn up now? New Orleans. Oh, we about to turn up the intensity. Stop. You're New Orleans.
Those teams
same thing with OKC. So the basketball is going to be, a little more intense. Chicago's in that too. Chicago ain't turning up the intensity. They're going to play like.
I'm sorry, Patrick Beverly is there, sir.
Hey, easy work for whoever's guarding him. I said it all year. Easiest assignment Davion Mitchell ever had. De'Aaron, you try to guard Patrick Beverly and see what, or Patrick Beverly, you try to guard De'Aaron and see what happens. Barbecue chicken.
They brought in Patrick Beverly to prop up that locker room. I read this morning. Like, oh God, that's the shape that locker room is in. You're bringing Pat Bev.
Yeah, I mean, Chicago's one other team that I missed. That's 7 games under. So, look, you're gonna see teams that have been there before who are super focused. You guys might be right. If we shake out and we really look at this and what team is gonna, you look at the Clippers understand what's at stake when they play the Kings twice in the next week, right? They understand. They've been there before. Phoenix, Milwaukee. Now these guys are fighting for playoff position. A team like Brooklyn that still has talent, that who knows what they're going to be and what they're, by the end of the season.
Playoff team.
But then you have this stretch, you have this home stretch with Boston and Phoenix. Again, I think Utah by that point will be out of it. Minnesota, I'm not worried about the Portland twice. You're right. But it's those other games against teams. You finish at Dallas, against the Warriors at home, at Denver. Those 3 games.
You throw that Denver game out of the window.
Oh, you would think so, except for they got a head coach who can't forget the owner that fired him. You think he's going to.
He's not playing Jokic 40 minutes that night.
No, but if he's got an opportunity to put you in the 7 seed, he's going to go for
he's
that.
Gonna try it, but that's what we're talking about. We're talking about going up against Denver where Jokic and Jamal Murray are playing 38 to 42 minutes. That's not who you're going to face. That doesn't mean they won't play hard or nothing like that, but that's not who you're facing on the end of the season.
Kings play Denver pretty well too, though.
No, they do. Yeah.
I don't know why that is, but they play Denver really, really well.
Yeah. I'd like to look at a breakdown of the perennial playoff teams that the Kings are going to face in the final 25 games. I can see them here, but without mapping it out. Which teams are going to be those teams that are ramping up that you're going to face playoff competition. But also, if you're going up against teams in similar situations to you that are teams that, we can't look at the Kings, the Timberwolves and New Orleans and say, oh, well, the Kings are way better because their record's better right now. That's just not. We all know that those teams, whether it be injury or whether it be a bad stretch by New Orleans, whatever it might be, they're teams that are around the same tier, whether their records dictated at this point or not. So those are going to be really highly contested games, most likely. And there are games that should be, fun to watch and really good competition level. You need to split all of those games or play a little over 500 in those games. And then you need to pick up the wins against the teams that you're supposed to beat. And then whatever you can do against the teams that just flat out are better than you. And there are teams in the league. Let's not be some purple shaded lens, glasses looking at the Kings and saying, oh, they're as good as, a Brooklyn. I mean, not a Brooklyn. They're as good as the Celtics or they're as good as the Bucks. They're not. They're not there yet. So maybe they can be next year. Maybe they can be the year after that. But for right now, those are teams that you probably should lose those games. So you break down the schedule and that kind of idea where you're circling teams that you should beat or that you can beat or that you're in the same tier as. And, there is a pathway here without any question.
And that's why this whole act of going through the schedule and picking wins and losses is stupid.
Yeah.
Because the Boston Celtics lost twice to the Orlando Magic.
Yep.
In a row. that means
Didn't
nothing.
they lose by like 40 to the Thunder at home?
Jesse, did they lose by? They did. Wow.
Might have been like 50.
You didn't have to use that finger when you confirmed it, but yes, the Celtics did.
The Celtics also beat the Kings by 18 the first time they met.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like, and it's part of what we do. We're trying to figure out best case scenarios, worst case scenarios, like, because we don't have a game to talk about. So we're just agonizing over the schedule because we desperately want them to start playing it. I, for one, am thrilled that they got 2 games coming out the gate. Like, let's go. Timberwolves on Thursday. Let's get it in. How are you measuring up against those Los Angeles Clippers, a team that we think is going to come out of has the potential to come out of the Western Conference? How do you match up against? See that right out of the gate. And, there could be good and bad. I think everybody would be thrilled if they split, be elated if they won 2. But if they lost 2, it's going to get testy. It's going to get nerve-wracking because we're all familiar with that feeling, right? Those 2 games have no bearing on the Thunder games or the Clipper games the following week or the Wolves games the following week. But we're just going to agonize over the schedule because it's the only thing that's in front of us right now.
Mm-hmm.
That and Will Z's magic number graphic that he created.
I love that.
Because apparently Will Z makes graphics now. Jeez.
I'm following that every single night, taking one game off.
He's got the magic number Kings graphic posted. But update that thing every day, Will, because we're going to be stressing out over it.
The thing that I want Kings fans to hear, and the way I feel, and I'm sure everybody in that locker room feels the same way, is part of the reason why Phoenix strength of schedule is what it is, and the Clippers strength of schedule is what it is because they have the Kings on the schedule. You know what I mean? That's part of the reason why theirs is so high. Just like the Kings is so high because they got the Clippers and the Suns on the schedule. Their strength of schedule is high because they got the Kings on the schedule. They're a good team. They're a damn good team. And like I continue to say every single time, can they do this? Can they answer that? Oh, they lost 2 in a row. I don't know. They've answered it every single time. I think this team is going into this final 25 games as confident as any team in the league in what they can accomplish. Will they accomplish those same things? I don't know. I'm not saying that. But they are as confident in their abilities as any team in the league is going into the final 25 games in the season.
Yeah, I would also make the point that the reason why the Kings' strength of schedule is how difficult it is right now is because of the first 57 games of the season wasn't as difficult as it could have been. And that also plays into it. They have played a lot of their easier games earlier in the season to date. Like when we're looking at their wins and losses, you can look at it, we know they have a couple of bad losses when it comes to like that one little stretch where they had, 3 or 4 bad losses.
Hornets, Wizards come to mind.
Lakers, Hornets, Wizards, Lakers, like right in that stretch. But outside of that, like they've been really consistent and beat teams that they should beat. That's why their record is where it is. Like their strength of schedule so far this season probably is one of the easier strengths of schedules to date, if you understand what I'm saying. If we flip the strength of schedule question versus like what's left versus what you already played, I'm going to say the Kings are probably in the bottom 5 or 6 of like easiest schedules to date.
Yeah. And if they do what they've done all year long, for the most part, handle business against teams that they've done all year long, they should be fine to end this season. They don't play 25 playoff teams at the end of the season. Like you got when I say teams that they should handle business, we talk about Minnesota. We can talk about OKC. And I'm not saying that they're just not on the Kings level at all, but I mean that's a game. You play OKC 2 games, you should win one of those 2. You got 3 against Portland, who we just got done saying aren't very good. You should win 2 of those 3, and they've shown that they can do that.
Yeah, I think the question is, can the Kings win 3 out of 3? Because that's where we're at. Like what's left in the schedule. If you got 3 games against Portland, you got to win all 3 because that's not a good team. And you can go down the list of teams and like you got 2 games against OKC, 2 or 3.
2,
like,
I think.
You really need both those games because there are going to be games that you just can't win on the schedule. And I mean, it is what it is.
True.
Well, no, I mean, there are games that
you probably shouldn't win. Like they wouldn't be bet
Yeah.
to win, but they see. I think that's where the philosophical difference that I have with people who think that way. They can beat Boston at home. Would I bet the house on it? No. But they can beat Boston at home. They can beat Milwaukee. They can beat the Phoenix Suns.
They're capable of, we've said this all year. Or at least once we learned who they were. They're capable of beating any team they step on the floor with. It just all comes down to what kind of night everybody's having. And there are nights where it's electric and we see it, and there are nights where De'Aaron's got to score 22 in the fourth for them to be able to pull it off. I know Kevin Huerter, he's going to have to hit more threes in the second part of the season than he did in the three-point contest.
This is a fact.
It ain't going to be enough.
Hey, they got 2 All-Stars on their team and an all-rookie first-team player on their team.
Who they iced out because they're so intimidated.
They know
by
what
him.
it is.
That's
they know
right.
what time it is.
They Michael Jordan him.
They got a 6 Man of the Year candidate on their roster. That's a good team. As good as any of the top 8 in the Western Conference. They can beat anybody in the league. Like I said, will they? I ain't saying that. I'm just telling you they can. I bet, and James knows this. Everybody, they're not going in there and saying, "Damn, we got to play Boston tonight, guys." Look, who we got after that? Utah. Hey, let's gear up for that game because Boston is hell. No, they got as much confidence as any team in the league.
Yep. I'll just tell you, I did find it. The strength of schedule for 2022-23 season. The Kings have the 30th ranked strength of schedule so far. Win percentage 488 against.
So they've had the
easiest schedule in the NBA so far to date.
Well, that's not my problem. That's not my
just saying.
problem.
Like, look, people think that I want the Kings to win or to lose or that I'm against. It's happening. I'm just trying to be realistic and reminding people that, like, look, like this is a difficult path, and a lot of these guys are basically, whether they have the tools to survive or not, we don't know yet because they haven't been in a situation like this, and the game changes.
Did you? It's kind of outside the Kings, more just the NBA. Did you see the Miles Bridges story? He told the Associated Press he thinks he'll be back in March. I looked at it's February 21st. Like Miles Bridges thinks he's going to be back in March, huh?
I did see a story where one of the reasons why they traded is it Jaden that they had Jaden McDaniel on their team or Jalen, one of the two.
I think Jaden was on.
I think it was Jaden. Yeah, one of the reasons why they were willing to trade him was because they know they're going to have their money tied up next season, and the 2 forwards in Miles Bridges and PJ Washington. And I was like, okay. Yeah, I don't know. But I also know that we heard the story that, he was going to sign in December, and then that was shot down so vehemently. Like everyone was like, nope. And I still think that you're looking at like if he does get back, I think the league is probably going to suspend him probably for a year. So, I mean, maybe I'm off there, but yeah, we'll see.
I'll say this about Miles. It was a good time to put that out there. Whatever the validity to it is, it was a good time to put that out there. Because if I'm Miles and you talk about being suspended for a year, like, I don't know if like time served comes into play, or it's like, okay, time served, you can't play in March. You're suspended for the remainder of this season. And then consider that, consider the situation done, and you can enter the league next year.
Yeah.
But for Miles Bridges to put that days after they put Karl Malone all over their television for an entire weekend, that's brilliant planning by Miles Bridges. And I don't mean to harp on this Karl Malone stuff as much as I have. I just can't get over how awfully tone deaf it was for the NBA to put that out there. And shout out, it was a guy with Sports Illustrated. Someone tweeted what, like, Karl Malone missed 10 games in like 15 years or something. And the guy was like, oh, that's weird. I thought it was 12. Fact check me. Google Karl Malone 12 and see what comes up. And then for those who haven't done it,
that was clever.
Google Karl Malone 12 and see what comes up.
Oof. Yeah.
Trista sent me a great tweet. She said, She sent me a text exchange with the NBA and Karl Malone. The NBA said, "You want to judge the dunk contest?" Karl Malone, no. NBA, you'll be next to a minor. I'm in.
Oh, damn.
Oh no.
NBA said,
Oh,
Harold Miner.
man.
Harold Miner, that is.
Harold Miner looked different than he did.
He
back
looked
then.
very different.
And I'm not even like
Wasn't Harold
obviously,
Miner Baby Jordan?
He was Baby
He had
Jordan.
that baby face.
He,
Yeah, he looked very
and
different.
like obviously he's bigger, but I wasn't even thinking about that. He just
No,
looked
he
different.
looks
Yeah.
completely
I would have
different.
never thought that was Harold Miner looking at his face.
He had a super baby face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course,
I
that
don't
was a
get-
very long time ago.
That's a long
Why
time.
did the
30 years
NBA
ago.
like just such bad?
I don't know. I don't know why they did.
That was
Like
a bad
I
job.
expect
Maybe you
better
didn't
from
have
them.
someone else. I guess. Yeah, because neither like Stockton and Malone.
Well, they didn't
both-
invite the other guy, right? The other guy wasn't there.
Oh no, I think he was.
Was he? Oh, they didn't put him
I
on
didn't see
TV the
him,
same
yeah.
way.
Well, they certainly. Well, like they didn't want him doing an interview either.
You don't want him to talk
That's
at
a
all.
good strategy.
You know, it's really crazy because people don't get like the reason why this is all such an issue now is because it wasn't known while he was a player.
Mm.
It's known now, but like when he was a player, we didn't have this understanding of who Karl Malone was.
Mhm.
And clearly, I mean, it's the same situation with John Stockton. We had no idea like Stockton would be this guy at this point, but now that you know it, you can't act like it's not a thing.
Yeah,
I
just
know.
don't make him the centerpiece of your entire
I
weekend.
mean, it's. I said this.
Not to mention, it absolutely looked like he didn't want to be there.
Yeah, he didn't want nothing to do with.
I think he's wanted to ride off into the sunset and not be part of any of this anymore.
Well, then let him.
It's akin.
No, I totally
to
agree.
Roger Goodell having OJ do the coin toss at the Super Bowl. Like, even they got enough sense not to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they did put him on as part of the promo for the Super Bowl.
Jesse's got a great point.
juice?
Did they? No, did they really?
Yeah, he was on like they showed the running back like thing with all the running backs making their moves and
Oh yeah. I
And
mean,
he
I
was
wouldn't do
part of
that
it.
either. But even that's a little different. You just got.
Well, that's different than, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome O.J. Simpson.
And if you
Officer
know, maybe they
Nordberg,
don't want to
what
say
was
his
it? What
name.
his name was?
You know, maybe they don't want to say his name. Maybe they just, want to go with his initials.
Oh.
Just in case.
Just the juice is loose. Yeah, we know.
And I
We-
won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
You'll never guess who he's talking about.
Still to this day, don't know who Mitch was talking about.
We've been trying to figure out who those initials are. Jesse does make a great point. Utah just needs to start calling Carlos Boozer for all this stuff.
Yeah, start
Yeah.
doing different legends. No one's
Dan
gonna care. They're not
Williams. They
calling
could have
that
brought
other
out.
guy.
Oh no, I was gonna say.
They brought out
Bring
Darren
out the
Williams.
Sloan family.
Yeah,
I
well,
wasn't-
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Unless,
they brought out,
that's bad too.
they brought out Darren Williams, and I didn't. That's not one that I would have brought out either. Like his tenure
Well,
there.
At least he was
like-
just a bad teammate.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
If you gave me one or the other,
No, I get that. I get
I'll
that.
take bad teammate guy
Carlos
over.
Boozer, Andre Kirilenko, we're good.
Yeah, well, you can't bring out AK-47.
Well, you just
while-
can't
call
call him
him
that. You just call him,
Andre Karolinko
That's
is what
fine.
you call him.
and then it'll be Reggie Miller, AK-47.
Yeah, but can you bring out Andre Kirilenko in the middle of a war? Like, I
Damn,
don't know.
Utah is
Man.
just a bad place for this All-Star
We're-
game.
And
all the way
unfortunately, like
around.
Mark
This-
Eaton is no
this-
longer with us.
This
He
show
passed away
is
this
this
last
show
year.
is ending.
Jeff
Is
Malone, maybe
Yeah.
Jeff Malone.
Jeff,
Is he
Jeff
still with us?
Hornacek,
Jeff
if you're
Hornacek.
okay, that
Byron
we
Russell, Antoine
Thurl
Carr.
Thurl
All right.
Bailey.
will you two stop? You know what? Forget it. This show is ending as badly as it started. If you're listening
Howard
on
Isley,
Odyssey, ESPN 1320, we'll just run it all back for
Shannon
you
Anderson.
next on ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Shannon Anderson.
Oh, Brian
man.
Russell. Yeah.
Yeah, he threw that one out there.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Man, I'm with pragmatic pessimist.
Yeah. It's a tough one, man.
Man, what a
I don't
day.
even like.
Derek Fisher.
Derek Fisher got a big pop. Remember the day
Oh,
when
yeah, they loved it. They loved
the
Derek
blue
Fisher.
jerseys.
Yeah.
Oh, they loved Fish.
That situation was weird.
That was weird. He was just like, "Hey, I want to go back to LA." All right.
Well, that's not
Yeah,
how.
that's not how.
No.
Hey,
That
my
because-
daughter wants us to go back to LA.
No, his daughter had
Yeah.
health problems. And
Yeah, no, I
surgery.
remember.
Yeah.
And the cynic would say he
Adam
used that
Keefe.
situation to get out of Utah.
Matt Harpering. They could have had Matt Harpering all over that
Matt
thing.
Harper.
They could have had Matt. They could have done that.
Man, big country didn't play there.
Who was the guy that Jordan dunked on? Was it Thurl Bailey?
Mark Eaton?
But remember,
Mark Eaton
no, what was
passed
his
away.
name? Mark.
Yeah.
No.
Greg
just say it
Ostertag.
again. No. Say it again.
Was it Thurl Bailey?
Thurl
might have
Bailey
been.
had big goggles.
So the story for people like me and Jordan, me and Damien is on Come Fly With Me. Because I remember we were in Utah.
Yeah.
I dunked on Jeff Hornacek, I think.
Turpin, something.
Oh, there you go. We might be there. Turpin,
something. Yeah. It wasn't Robert Turbin. It was something.
One Turbo.
Yeah.
But he goes, somebody in the first row.
Melvin
was like,
Turpin?
Was it Mel? Yeah, Mel.
Yeah, that's it. Mel Turpin.
Yeah,
Is
Mel
that
Turpin. And somebody in the front row was like, well, why you junk on little John Stockton or something like. So then I came down next time and I dunked on Mel Turpin and I looked at him. I said, "Is that big enough for you?"
Mel Turpin, 6'11". Melvin Harrison Turpin.
Man, Mel Turpin has a lot of nicknames. Mel, Dinner Bell, Big Dipper, El Mel,
Oh God,
El Mucho Grande.
Oh, this story ends really bad. Oh man, Mel Turpin.
Oh no.
Oh no, this isn't funny at all.
Oh no.
Oh, he did die in 2010.
Yeah, he killed himself.
Oh my
Oh.
gosh. Speaking of, I shouldn't even speak up this. Did you guys watch the
man.
on Friday? I didn't watch it.
What
They did a story on Bison Dele. They had the documentary. Did you
Well,
see
that's
that?
the craziest story ever. Like
They had the documentary on
Yeah. Brian
I guess
Williams.
those final days or something like that. They
Well,
were-
yeah,
on where?
his brother killed him, and then like when they're out to sea, and then his brother tried to kill himself, and
I didn't know that. Yeah, I guess I didn't remember his brother killed him.
well, that's what the story is that they believe that his brother killed him and his fiance and one other girl on the boat, and dumped him away at sea, and then he took a bunch of pills, and then the mom had to deal with that mess afterwards. Like the boat, yeah, that was a mess.
Well, this is terrible.
This is terrible. I won't bring up Jason Williams,
Oh,
the rebounder.
Yeah.
he's out, right? Isn't he
Yeah,
out?
yeah, he's out. Yeah.
Was he ever in?
Yeah.
He was.
Did he
Okay.
did go in?
He spent some time. Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, that was playing with a shotgun.
Drunk,
Yeah.
allegedly.
No.
Allegedly.
What a weird way to
I read
end
it.
In the
today's
show.
I read his book. I this was before all this happened, and I really liked the book.
Hmm.
I'm not even gonna. I can't tell you the name of the book on this show.
Oh.
This show is ridiculous.
The show is ridiculous. What's the name of the book, though?
Loose Balls.
Okay. Have a
Oh,
good.
Loose Balls is an incredible book.
Okay. All right. Have a great day, everybody.
Everybody go home.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's over. We'll
Yeah.
see. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
I highly recommend.